The Rise of America 1620. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 476. You can pay in advance. The British have been having a blast lately, the British envoy said, speaking freely in the prince's tent. However, some were laughing and whispering to each other. In reality, both the Protestant coalition and the Church alliance had their share of unsociable individuals. After all, with competing interests at stake, minor friction was normal. It's just that, faced with greater interests, they were forced to unite. The middle-aged man, whispering to his friend below, but looking at the British envoy with a rather unfriendly expression, was just such a person. He was originally a minor nobleman and maritime merchant in Italy, part of the Holy Roman Empire. However, his family's merchant ships had recently suffered heavy losses, mostly to British looting. It was his bad luck, but also the British's greed. The Song Empire controlled the Americas, leaving no room for other European nations. Furthermore, the empire had defeated the British, Dutch, and Spanish. Consequently, merchant ships from these three nations rarely traveled to America. Of course, this was only on the surface. Privately, these nations' merchant ships continued to conduct business in the Americas. After all, no one wanted to resist money. At most, the merchant ships could just change their flags. That wasn't a big deal. Therefore, this particular ship's fleet also flew the French flag and continued their trade in the Americas. However, no one could have imagined that the British would actually begin plundering the waters west of Portugal. Any ship flying Portuguese or French flags was a British target. Even if the ship revealed its identity and changed its flag, they wouldn't tolerate it. It made sense. These Brits were desperately poor recently, so how could they give up on a target they had finally spotted? Who would believe you if you said you weren't a French or Portuguese merchant ship? Even if it was true, they'd still rob it. With a letter of marque, the British royal family would cover any problems. Thus, the British brought chaos to that area, causing severe losses for many. Now, seeing this petty nobleman, how could he possibly be so rude? But he wouldn't attack now. After all, what he had done wasn't very decent. The British, after all, were now considered a member of the Church military alliance. They had been severely beaten by the Song Empire in America and had lost their American colonies. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable for them, as allies, to continue to maintain trade relations with the Song Empire. However, the British had captured their merchant ships, and this vengeance must be avenged. Many of them had experienced the same thing. The British envoy, speaking so eloquently, was unaware of the immense trouble those sea merchants, armed with letters of marque issued by the British royal family, had caused them after turning pirates. How about this? I propose that the British royal family advance Spain the military expenses and supplies. Once we help Spain restore its independence, we will oversee the repayment of the money to the British, the young noble suddenly proposed. Everyone's eyes lit up at this moment. Indeed, the young noble's proposal made sense. The British had only joined the war later, unlike the Protestant coalition, which had been fighting for a long time. Therefore, the British should be able to provide the military funds and supplies. With this funding, they could recruit soldiers and help Spain restore its independence, right? Besides, the money was advanced by the British to help the Spanish. They would then oversee the Spanish repaying the British. The Spanish royal family, driven into exile and in constant fear, lived like a lost dog. If they could only accept such a small offer as the restoration of their country, they would agree. Everyone thought so. However, the British envoy stood there with a sullen expression, silent. It seemed as if he was deeply reluctant to accept the proposal. In reality, the envoy understood the sentiment in Britain. They had no intention of helping Spain restore its independence. They simply didn't want to see France and Portugal become so powerful, as it would be detrimental to Britain. First, the French and the British had always been at odds. Now that the French had occupied a large portion of Spain, their power had skyrocketed, transforming them into a major power. If the French were given time to digest and develop, how could the British have a good future? You have to understand that the French harbor a strong hatred for the British. Portugal, on the other hand, was even simpler. Its geographical location, nestled between the Mediterranean and a corner of Africa, made it particularly important to the British. British merchant ships seeking to reach the Mediterranean or Africa would inevitably have to pass through Portuguese territory and waters. If Portugal and France formed an alliance, would the British be left with no future? Britain was an island nation, extremely resource-poor. Therefore, they needed strategic supplies that needed to be purchased from continental Europe. However, if France could reach the Mediterranean or Africa, these supplies would be impossible to obtain. Even if they could find other ways, the cost would be substantial, making it a highly unprofitable proposition. It was precisely with this in mind that the British were so eager to mobilize the Church's military forces to immediately confront Portugal and France. Of course, the British had another agenda. They had their own agenda. They would not sit idly by and watch Portugal and France rise, nor did they want to see the Church and the Habsburg states triumph and expand their territories. They also did not want to see the Protestant coalition triumph. Regardless of which side ultimately triumphed, the British would see no real benefit. Their only task now was to muddy the waters and throw the European continent into complete chaos. Then, taking advantage of the European powers' inattention, the British would begin to advance into Africa and India, establishing new shipping routes and colonies, and seizing trade there. As for the Americas, the British didn't dare to make any plans. Since there was no way out in the Americas across the Atlantic, the British had no choice but to focus elsewhere, right? Clearly, the Song Empire had little interest in places like Africa and India, simply because they were too far away. But that didn't mean the British weren't interested. Little did the British know that the Song Empire wasn't lacking interest, it was simply temporarily unable to attend due to population constraints. Africa, India, and the East now belonged to the Dutch, the defeated Spanish, and the Portuguese. It would be extremely difficult for the British to intervene. While this would have been difficult in the past, it now presented a significant opportunity. The signs of chaos were already emerging in Europe. If the British could get all of Europe embroiled in the war, they would have no time to worry about their colonies. After all, for these nations, colonial affairs were far less important than their own continental Europe. The Protestant and Church coalitions were currently locked in a standoff, but Portugal and France, after defeating Portugal, had begun recuperating. This was absolutely intolerable. After all, the British were now siding with the Church coalition. Any attempt to encroach on Africa and India would inevitably lead to conflict with the Dutch and Portuguese. The Dutch were mired in the war with the Netherlands, but the Portuguese, having joined forces with the French to defeat the Spanish, had little to offer. Therefore, the British had to create some trouble for the Portuguese. Furthermore, any British fleet seeking to reach Africa and India would inevitably have to pass through Portugal's westernmost territory. Therefore, only by causing chaos in Portugal would a British stand a chance. The British were now clearly no match for Portugal. After all, many of their warships had been destroyed by the Song Empire during the pirate program. Therefore, Britain needs the strength and assistance of the Church of England. Remember, Portugal still has France behind it. If the Church of England joins, the British will withdraw and begin their advances into Africa and India. The naval war between Portugal and France will then be handled by the Church and the Habsburgs. It must be said that the British are calculating very well. But that's not surprising. The British have always been rude, arrogant, vulgar, and conceited beneath their gentlemanly facade. Therefore, committing such despicable acts is par for the course. If the British truly became gentlemen, that would be strange. Which country doesn't flatter itself? The British are gentlemen. Whoever believes that is the biggest fool. In the Netherlands, within the tents of the Church of England, when that petty noble made this suggestion, it immediately won widespread support and approval. Everyone agreed to let the British advance military expenses and supply weapons and food. Haven't you always been so active? Now it's time to see if you're truly sincere. This was everyone's inner thoughts. The British envoy was feeling a bit frustrated, because in this situation, he really couldn't say no. Their early performance had been quite active, making it clear to everyone that they were extremely anxious about Spain's defeat and occupation by Portugal and France. Now was the time to see their true performance. The problem was, the British envoy knew his own family's affairs. He might just talk, but if he really got serious, the royal family would likely be in trouble. However, seeing the expectant expressions on the faces of the attendees, The envoy knew he absolutely couldn't refuse. Damn it. In his heart, the envoy cursed the noble who had made this suggestion 1,000 times. This matter is too big for me to make the decision personally. I need to report this back to the country and let the higher-ups make the final decision. This answer was quite standard. Indeed, he was just a small envoy, and he had no say in this matter. The funds, supplies, equipment, and food involved were truly enormous. Without the consent of the British royal family, it would have been impossible to implement. Seeing the British envoy's stubborn defiance, the young noble who had proposed this suggestion beamed internally. Damn it, I let you British rob my merchant ships. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. He felt comfortable making the British uncomfortable. You British have been very active for quite some time now. I hope you can live up to your promises. Don't back down at such a critical moment. Don't let us think you're just talking, although everyone agreed with the envoy's words. Some offered a blunt warning. In reality, these people were well aware of the British's character. The British had their own plans, and they could guess at some of them. What they didn't anticipate was that their plans were far greater than they had anticipated. According to the British plan, as long as Europe fell into chaos, the British, isolated from the continent, could withdraw and observe. In short, they hoped that Europe would remain in chaos for 100 years. This would be the best for the British. The British, staying out of the conflict, could then leverage their geographical advantages to occasionally aid the weakened side. They could occasionally add fuel to the fire and keep the war in Europe afloat. These people had no way of predicting the British's intentions. Everyone assumed the British were simply trying to get them to do the fighting while they could just talk and reap the benefits. It was the so-called getting something for nothing without paying anything. Unfortunately, the British's plans were even more despicable than they had anticipated. The envoy then hurriedly left the tent and headed back to England. He presented the alliance members' proposal to the royal court, and it was up to them to decide. The British would pay for it. Haha, that's a bit tricky. Inside the concession outside Lisbon, the Chinese administrator received the intelligence, reviewed it, and chuckled as he shared his thoughts with his adjutant. The adjutant nodded and replied, yes, given the British character, they can't possibly advance the money. They don't have much money to begin with, and although they say they'll ask the Spanish royal family to pay them back if they win, no one knows how many years this war will last. If the war gets stalemated, the British will be dumbfounded. The adjutant said what he was thinking. So, I think the British will definitely not advance the money. The administrator laughed and said, it seems these people will have to argue for a while. We must immediately notify Portugal and France and ask them to find the Spanish royal family as soon as possible so that we can gain the greatest initiative. At the same time, tell them to stabilize the situation in the occupied territories as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Period. Chapter 478. Those rumors. The British would never give up on their Spanish colonies. Although they had suffered a temporary defeat at sea, they still held their hope. This hope lay in the prospect of the Church of England coalition joining them. With their presence, Portugal and France would be overwhelmed. At that point, wouldn't the British be able to extricate themselves? With the Church of England coalition joining them, Portugal and France would have no energy left to reap colonial gains in Africa and India, allowing the British to quickly seize these riches. Haha. It must be said that the British were calculating very well. However, things always have their ups and downs. Who knows who leaked this little British plot and plan, causing scenes like this to appear in many places. Hey, do you know why the British have been so volatile lately? I don't know, but you do. Of course, this matter can't be concealed. The British can be despicable, but haven't the Anglo-Saxons always been like this? Oh, tell me, what's going on? It's simple. The British They want to seize the former Spanish colonies. Impossible. The Spanish and the British are both allies in the Church's camp. Isn't it a bit despicable for the British to do this? Of course, I've already said they're despicable, haven't I? The British really do intend to do this. Did you know that the British actually hope for continued unrest in Europe so they can take advantage of it to develop their naval power? They're intervening in the war between Protestantism and the Church because they hope to gain advantages and find new colonies. Because the British were driven out of America, they were no match for the Song Empire. So, now they've set their sights on Africa and India, the former Spanish colonies. Portugal and France have now defeated the Spanish, and even their capital has been captured. The royal family fled and hasn't been heard from since. It's natural for the British to be tempted. They don't care if they were all on the same side. Don't be fooled by their clamor about helping the Spanish recover their territory. It's all just talk. That's not what the British really think. Oh, after you said that, I thought about it. It seems to be true. That's right. That's right. The British's plan wasn't very clever to begin with. They wanted the allied forces of the Church and the French to fight Portugal because only after the war started would these people stop thinking about their colonial interests, which belonged to Spain. And when they were at war, they wouldn't have any other thoughts, right? Therefore, the British could let others bleed and fight while they secretly made a fortune. This statement was extremely hurtful, but also very correct. Many vassal states were already very dissatisfied with the British's jumping around, and when this message spread, everyone was furious. Assholes, I knew the British had ulterior motives, but I didn't expect them to be so despicable. Yes, the British have been encouraging us to go to war with Portugal and France. It seems their plan is to let us die so they can reap the benefits. You know what, the British had a brilliant plan. They calculated we would support the Spanish. They were bound to go to war with Portugal and France. But for the British, the sooner we go to war, the better, right? There are still many smart people. In fact, some people had guessed the British's plan a long time ago. Could it be that the British are the only smartest people in the world, and everyone else is stupid? Obviously, that's unlikely. Moreover, even when the Spanish capital was captured, some of the nobles in the church states had already begun considering the issue of Spanish colonies. The British weren't the only ones to think about this. They just weren't as thick-skinned. Everyone was thinking about helping the Spanish restore their country. And then, in return for their help, the Spanish would have to give back something. Then, wouldn't it be natural for them to get 1 or 2 colonies? In the final analysis, they were still thinking about the idea of getting paid for their work. But the British were different. Their thinking was far more shady. The British hadn't considered contributing. They simply wanted to get what they wanted without contributing. Furthermore, to prevent any rivals from overcoming them, the British even hoped that the Church of England would immediately declare war on Portugal and France. This would free them from worrying about other matters, allowing the British to reap the benefits. Their calculations were clattering. But now, the British's plans had been completely exposed, making their subtle calculations clear to everyone. The war in the Netherlands remained stagnant, but major clashes had ceased. Small-scale skirmishes occurred, but casualties were minimal. Essentially, it was a military standoff. The Protestant coalition lacked the strength to launch an offensive and defeat the Church of England coalition. However, the Church of England coalition, having defeated Spain, was hesitant to attack the Protestant coalition. After all, if Portugal and France attacked from the west while they were engaged in a fierce battle with the new Church of England, it would be a serious problem. Portugal and France had always been hostile to the Church states, and now that they had defeated Spain, they could be considered officially at odds. Although Portugal and France hadn't announced their joining the Protestant coalition, even a fool could see they were enemies of the Church states. Presumably, Portugal and France knew this too. But why didn't they join the Protestant coalition first? Could it be that they were planning to become the third power on the European continent? Many people speculated. However, no matter how people speculated, it couldn't change the fact that Portugal and France were already enemies of the Church. It was precisely because of their presence that the Church states dared not commit all their forces to a campaign against the Protestant coalition. What's the British response? It's been a long time, and we need military funds and supplies. The British envoy returned to the coalition's tent, urging them to attack Portugal and France immediately. However, upon arriving on the European continent, the British envoy had heard some rumors. Although the envoy constantly argued, he also acknowledged that these rumors were indeed true. Now, the faces of the princes in the large tent were all grim, clearly furious at the British's current plans. Now that he stood there, most of the princes and nobles looked at him with mockery in their eyes. Alice, it seemed his plans would be dashed. The envoy had a general epiphany by then. After calming himself, the British envoy said, "My lords, we have carefully considered your proposal. Given our current domestic and economic situation, it is difficult for us to meet your demands." As soon as he finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice echoed. "You British don't want to contribute, but you want to help Spain restore its independence, right?" The envoy didn't see who had said it. Even if he had, he couldn't say anything. So, he could only nod, tacitly agreeing. Yes, Spain is extremely important. We cannot allow Portugal and France to occupy Spanish territory. The voice rang out again. In that case, how many troops does the British intend to send? Ugh. This question truly posed a dilemma for the British envoys. The British had no intention of sending troops. After all, their plan was to deploy the Church's allied forces to engage Portugal and France. They, on the other hand, would devote their limited military resources to seizing Spanish colonies. After all, Britain was an island nation with a limited population and resources. Sending troops would strain their own military strength. Therefore, the British hadn't considered the idea at all. As for deploying naval forces, that was because they had letters of marque. Under the guise of a church coalition, they could seize the merchant ships of the Protestant coalition while simultaneously striking at the rising Dutch naval power. This offered the best of both worlds for the British, which was why they were so eager. The looted funds and warships would enhance their strength. Compared to sending land forces, the benefits were far greater. The British were not quick to take advantage. How could they pass up an opportunity and risk losses? It wasn't in their best interests. But the problem was, now that they'd asked such a question, he couldn't refuse to answer. The envoy seemed somewhat embarrassed. HMPH, you want to take advantage without putting in the effort, and you want to keep all the benefits for yourself. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? The nobles began to whisper among themselves, and many looked at the envoy with hostility and disdain. This made the British envoy feel very uncomfortable. Don't be so unreasonable because we don't know what you British are planning. You just want us to fight Portugal and France, dragging our forces into the war, so that you British can seize the opportunity to seize the benefits that originally belonged to the Spanish. At this time, the commander of the coalition forces, the general of the Holy Roman Empire, spoke. His words made the British envoy shudder, and his expression changed rapidly. Oh my God, how did he know all this? The envoy was shocked that the other party knew the plan of the country, but also had a big question in his mind. Thinking back to the rumors he had heard since landing in Europe, the envoy became a little uneasy. To be continued. If you liked this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to readthenovel.com. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Britain is marginalized. Ultimately, the British's plan failed. Due to the rumors, the Church's allied forces, concerned about their own interests, were unequivocal. After all, they themselves were uncertain whether Spain could restore itself. If it did, that would be a good thing. They would have a powerful partner again, but since this partner had only just been restored, they might not be able to rely on it for a while, but overall, it was always a good thing in the long run. If restoration failed, the vast interests left by the Spanish Empire would have to be carefully distributed. Those in the Americas didn't dare to think about it, as it would irritate the Song Empire. Europe was also receiving intelligence reports from their own channels regarding the Song Empire's actions in the Americas. Therefore, everyone was well aware of it. Based on intelligence analysis, the Song Empire considered the Americas its own exclusive territory and would not tolerate any interference. Anyone who dared to infringe upon its interests would be met with ruthless retaliation. Besides, with wars raging on the European continent, the Church and Protestantism entangled, and the rising power of Portugal and France threatening other nations, no one would be so blind as to focus on the Americas. They simply couldn't handle it. They hadn't even resolved their own issues, so why bother irritating the Song Empire? Moreover, the Americas were so far away. So, it would be better to consider Spain and the colonies left behind by the Spanish Empire. These were tangible gains, more substantial than the interests of the Americas. Besides, the Song Empire wasn't a weakling, was it? The Vatican had also considered this issue. Of course, it wasn't that they hadn't set their sights on the Americas, it was simply that they didn't have the time. As for the Church, once matters on the European continent were resolved, they would undoubtedly launch a war against the Song Empire in America. However, when that would happen, only God knew. The Church-led coalition of vassal states began to speak. The British envoy was completely speechless. Because the royal family's plans were now fully known to these people, no matter how much he spoke, he would be powerless to persuade them. Of course, the church-led coalition of princes also knew this. They must seize the moment and launch a war against Portugal and France immediately, preventing them from peacefully stabilizing the situation in Spain. Only in this way could they prevent the rise of Portugal and France and improve their own situation more quickly. Spain had only just been occupied by Portugal and France, and it was impossible to fully regain the hearts and minds of the people. This presented an opportunity for the church-led coalition. If they allowed the situation to continue as it was, it would be too late. How could the church sit idly by and allow such a situation to unfold? Before the British envoys arrived in the Netherlands, the church and the leaders of the coalition had already held discussions on this matter. A decision had been reached. However, they had kept this decision and plan secret from the British, seemingly intent on excluding them. After all, the British's recent behavior and plans had truly irritated everyone. Did the British see them as mere toys toyed with? That was too contemptuous. Furthermore, the British's petty calculations revealed their greediness. Some things cannot be monopolized by one person. This clearly shows what kind of people Britain is. Seeking to take advantage of others is the most taboo thing, yet the British chose to do just that. Although they were unsuccessful, that was also fate. Therefore, the British envoy was now groping in the dark, completely bewildered. Go back, and tell them what happened. Now, don't tell us what he wants to do. You British can do whatever you want. But as for the restoration of the Spanish Empire, and if Spain fails to do so, the colonial interests it will leave behind, forget it. If you British insist on going your own way, you will be working against all of us. These words were spoken by the Allied leader to the British envoy. The British envoy felt a chill run down his spine after hearing these words. Then, he walked out of the Allied tent in a daze. Clearly, the British had become the most unwelcome target. And the church-led coalition of princes had also excluded them. Oh my God, when this matter was reported back home, what wrath would the royal family be in? However, this issue is clearly beyond the concern of this small envoy. Without the British, and given the current situation, the Vatican had guaranteed that the church would cover military expenses, supplies, and weapons. This allowed the plans against Portugal and France to begin. The church still had money. Unless they were idiots, they would have contributed something under these circumstances. They couldn't always let others fight their wars while they didn't contribute a single penny. That would be ridiculous. With the church's guarantee and the funds quickly arriving, the leaders of the Habsburg-controlled princely states began to take action. They each began aggressively recruiting soldiers within their respective territories. For a moment, the situation over Europe became even more treacherous. The Vatican was also busy. They continuously dispatched their priests to contact Jewish merchants, purchasing vast quantities of military equipment and supplies from them, which they then sent to the newly formed armies of the various principalities. The Vatican knew that, since war was imminent, weapons and supplies were essential. Without them, how could they possibly recruit soldiers? Without soldiers, what was the point of fighting? The conflict in the Netherlands continued, and the church had focused its efforts on the impending war against Portugal and France. In reality, the church had already privately negotiated with the various principalities. Whether or not they could help Spain restore its independence was less important. The crucial point was preventing France and Portugal from occupying Spain in this way, as this was in no one's best interest. Furthermore, they also needed to seize control of Spain's remaining colonial interests in Africa and India before Portugal and France could. Meanwhile, Portugal and France were dividing up Spain's remaining colonial ports and other interests, and the Vatican, under the leadership of its coalition of principalities, had also secretly reached an agreement on this division. Clearly, everyone's greed was equally strong, but unlike the British, they shared the benefits equally, thus sharing a common goal. Unlike the British, they actually wanted to have it all to themselves. Greedy individuals were unpopular. Therefore, the British were completely marginalized during this period. This was not a good thing for the British. Their navy was now suppressed by Portugal and France in the North Sea. Meanwhile, the Protestant coalition's navy, led by the Dutch, continuously attacked the British fleet and their coasts. When the British joined the church, they had previously attacked and looted numerous Dutch warships. Now, seeing this opportunity, how could the Dutch not retaliate? The British, who had long hoped to exploit the church's name to gain advantage, plundering supplies and wealth while weakening the Dutch, were now facing a terrible setback. They couldn't go to the Mediterranean. The Song Empire disliked them, so they couldn't go to America either. In the North Sea, they were under attack from a Protestant coalition fleet, primarily Dutch, and occasionally from the Portuguese and French fleets. For a time, the British were practically on the verge of tears. Damn it! What had gone wrong? Their plan had been going so well. It was on the verge of success. How could this have gone wrong? The British hadn't considered this. They were smart, yes, but the problem was, no one else was foolish. Some in the church had seen through the British's intentions. It was simply that they were concerned about the Dutch and Spanish, so their French counterparts were considering a solution. Had it not been for the rumors, perhaps the British would have succeeded. After all, as the British had anticipated, the church wouldn't drag its feet for too long and would undoubtedly intervene to resolve the situation with Portugal and France. The rise of Portugal and France was not on their best interests. However, once the rumors surfaced, everyone became restless. Originally, everyone was expecting some benefits after Spain's restoration. But their appetites weren't as large, not as strong as the British. Even if they couldn't help Spain regain its independence, they could consider it later. This was the thinking of everyone in the church coalition. The British understood everyone's thoughts, their considerations, and their concerns. However, the rogue British intended to establish a de facto occupation before the war was over. They could then address any problems that arose. Portugal and France were not weak, and it was definitely not something that could be defeated quickly. It was possible that the war would drag on for 10 or 20 years. In that time, European nations would be unable to develop their naval forces. But Britain could. After a decade or two of development, the British believed they could build a powerful naval fleet, which would allow them to completely disregard the concerns of these European powers. Furthermore, after decades of war, the church might not have the strength to worry about Britain. After resolving Portugal and France, there would still be the Protestant states. Even if Portugal, France, and the Protestant principalities were resolved, the European continent would undoubtedly be devastated after years of war, with the people suffering and the economy devastated. Attending to maritime issues at this point would be too late. Matters at sea are not as simple as those on land, they involve a vast array of complexities. It was precisely with this in mind that the British rushed forward, eager to ignite the flames of war. It must be said that the British were calculating with remarkable speed. Furthermore, if nothing unexpected happened, the chances of success were truly exceptional. Unfortunately, their plans had now failed. This is the saying that plans cannot keep pace with change. Man's plans are still subject to fate. No matter how viciously the British cursed, it couldn't change the facts. Their plans were now public knowledge, and both Protestant and church factions were unwilling to engage with Britain. This caused great panic in the British, as it would mean they would not gain any future benefits. For a poor island nation isolated from the European continent, this was a devastating situation. However, they were unable to change their current situation. Originally working for the church, they were secretly plotting to exploit the various bosses. This was something no one could tolerate. Therefore, the British were expelled from the church with contempt. In other words, they were no longer theirs. At least, not for the time being. If the war went smoothly and the church defeated Portugal and France, the British would gain nothing. This was a foregone conclusion. While the British wanted to join the Protestant coalition and switch sides, it was possible. But it was impossible in the short term. They had previously supported the church, aiding them in their attacks on Dutch and other Allied warships and merchant ships in the North Sea. Now the consequences of this were beginning to show. The Dutch ignored the British's constant attempts to extend an olive branch, and even the other Allied leaders were unwilling to pay any attention to the British. Their actions were truly disgusting. The British were truly panicked by the situation. They had no idea that their plans, and the rumors circulating on the European continent, had actually all originated from the concessions in Marseilles and Lisbon. Genetics were very skilled at spreading rumors. You have to understand that although these genetic people were bred, the virtual world they inhabited was similar to modern society. It was also a world of information explosion and development, with the internet and gossip. After experiencing the baptism of such a world, trivial matters such as spreading rumors were no problem at all for the genetic people. Therefore, the British were completely tragic. And Europe, at this time, just as Britain and Zhao Hongyu had hoped, entered an era of chaos. Because of Zhao Hongyu's invisible black hand and the British's troublemaking, Europeans missed this golden age of the great navigation. So much so that hundreds of years later, many knowledgeable Europeans would sigh with regret when mentioning this era. Of course, there were also many European angry young people who would curse the people of the British provinces online. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and subscribe monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 480. This doesn't make sense? Indeed, the European continent was in turmoil, just as some had imagined. Zhao Hongyu, upon receiving this intelligence, was incredibly delighted. Indeed, wars were raging across Europe, and no nation could remain immune. This was Zhao Hongyu's greatest hope. And when he heard that the British were being marginalized, he nearly choked with laughter. Zhao Hongyu loved seeing the British suffer, because, subconsciously, they were his greatest enemy. The historical British Empire was no easy feat. Controlling a vast colony and the entire ocean for over 100 years was no joke. However, now, with his arrival, this era, after the chaotic flapping of Zhao Hongyu's wings, had deviated significantly. Historically, the 30 Years' War had deviated significantly from its intended trajectory. Spain had collapsed, giving the Protestant Union a respite. The coalition of church-states was now poised to go to war with Portugal and France. And the British, who were supposed to sit on the sidelines and try to make concessions, were now being marginalized by all European nations. What further irritated the British was that both the Church and the Protestant factions made their bottom line clear to the British: if the Spanish or their overseas colonies were attacked by the British, they would be considered enemies. The British, hoping to seize the colonial interests of European nations during the turmoil on the European continent, were now threatened by everyone involved. This caused the once confident British to panic. But the facts were clear, and their explanations were unforgivable. Therefore, in the short term, the British were doomed. Now, they could only hope that with the passage of time, European countries would forget this unpleasant incident and accept Britain again. But who knows how long that would take? Although reluctant, the British also knew that their original plan was no longer feasible. If they insisted on implementing the planned plan, they would inevitably face suppression from the European countries. At that time, the European countries would target them. Britain lacks the strength to withstand any attack from either side. Therefore, the British can only salivate over the colonial interests they have become their lords, yet they have no way of controlling them. What a painful feeling this is. The pain and discomfort within it is something only the British can truly understand. The French king, Louis Zhao, has left Marseilles and is en route to America. Intelligence regarding him had already been delivered to Manhattan before he arrived. Zhao Hongyu wasn't particularly interested in Louis Zhao's visit. He could easily guess what Louis Zhao was up to. He was seeking support, perhaps even financial and material assistance. It would be even better if the American Song Empire could send troops. However, this clearly wouldn't be in the Song Empire's best interests. The Song Empire already has an American volunteer army assisting France against the Holy Roman Empire. Expecting further increases in troops would be inappropriate. However, expanding financial, material, and food aid is something that can be agreed to. But what collateral could the French offer? Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu had already begun preparing for his trip to the east, so he planned to hand over the matter of contacting little Louis Zhao to Zhang Tai, Manhattan's highest military and political commander. Little Louis Zhao is on his way to America. What do you think of this? After some thought, Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhang Tai, who was sitting on the sofa in front of him to his left. Zhang Tai bowed slightly and gestured, then replied, "The situation in Europe has changed suddenly. It is a mess. All the countries in Eastern and Western Europe are about to be involved in the war. Faced with the aggressive attitude of the Church, Portugal and France will definitely fight to the end. It is very unreliable to expect them to give up the Spanish territory." Zhao Hongyu nodded, "Yes. It is impossible to expect Portugal and France to give up the land and territory they have obtained. No matter which country is in this situation, they will get the same answer. The Church thinks too simply, and Portugal and France have never been very fond of the Church. Especially Portugal," he slowly expressed his opinion. "It was the Church that initially supported the Spanish in annexing the independent nation of Portugal. So, how could the Portuguese possibly be friendly to the Church? Furthermore, the Church on the European continent was a bit too greedy and didn't oppress the Portuguese people back then. So, now that Portugal has restored its independence, it's certainly not going to listen to the Church's advice. The French, on the other hand, are different. They've always been unhappy with the church. Remember, centuries ago, after Joan of Arc was betrayed to the British by the church, the French began to have a negative impression of the church. Zhao Hongyu had some understanding of this period of history, although this understanding was somewhat biased and included a lot of his own personal speculation and judgment. It was still pretty accurate. At the very least, given the current situation, Zhao Hongyu's assessment of Portugal and France's attitudes toward the church was quite accurate. This perspective also suggests that the church's power has begun to decline in this era. It no longer holds sway like it did hundreds of years ago in the Middle Ages. Your Highness, the shipyard has launched enough warships, and it's spring now. You can definitely begin your voyage to the east. But as for little Louis Zhao, do you need to meet him before you leave? Zhang Tai asked. Yes, the fleet accompanying Zhao Hongyu to the east was sufficient, and it was spring. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu needed to begin his voyage to the east. However, with the French Crown Prince Louis Zhao about to arrive in America, Zhao Hongyu would have to postpone his trip if he wanted to meet him. Zhao Hongyu shook his head and said to Zhang Tai, even if I didn't tell you, you should have guessed the purpose of little Louis Zhao's visit. He came to America at this time simply to assess our strength, potential, and overall national power, and to ask if we could expand our material aid. After all, the church is eyeing us covetously, ready to go to war with Portugal and France. Portugal and France defeated Spain, occupied Spanish territory, and quickly divided up the land. The church won't sit idly by. Zhang Tai nodded silently after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. Zhang Tai was well aware of the current situation in Europe and the challenges Portugal and France faced. After all, the intelligence departments in the concessions in Lisbon and Marseilles were no freeloaders. They had long since sent the intelligence they had gathered back to the Americas on French merchant ships, carrying it with them. Your Highness is right. The French are probably considering that they face an attack from the church states, but their capabilities are limited. Therefore, their request for us to increase the amount of aid is understandable. After all, Portugal and France are only two countries, but the combined power of the church and the Habsburg states is formidable. Zhang Tai nodded and said to Zhao Hongyu, although they are facing the Protestant coalition in the Netherlands, the Protestant coalition is currently running out of steam and is unable to actively attack the church states coalition forces. Therefore, as long as the Protestant coalition forces are suppressed in the Netherlands, the church states can form new legions in their respective territories and then declare war on Portugal and France. Zhao Hongyu sat there quietly listening to Zhang Tai's analysis of the current situation on the European continent. Fighting a war on two fronts? That's a major taboo in military strategy, Zhao Hongyu said to Zhang Tai in confusion. Although Zhao Hongyu was a military idiot, he knew one thing: fighting a war on two fronts was a mistake. Historically, any war fought on two fronts has always ended badly for the initiator. Now, the coalition of the church and the states is actually choosing to fight on two fronts. Don't they know this? After hearing Zhao Hongyu's question, Zhang Tai smiled and said, you can say the church is arrogant, or you can say they are confident. After all, the combined strength of the church and the states is still very strong. In addition to the Holy Roman Empire, they also have numerous states in Central Europe and Eastern Europe. Even the Poles are part of their camp. Compared to the church's defenses, they are powerful, Zhang Tai explained to Zhao Hong, giving Zhao Hongyu a direct understanding. After all, although Zhao Hongyu knew some of the history of this era, it was not entirely accurate. Zhang Tai, through the intelligence department, could obtain very detailed information. Your Highness, if Portugal and France had not killed the Spaniards and captured their capital, the Protestant coalition might have been defeated by the church. Therefore, it is not impossible to say that Portugal and France saved the Protestant coalition. Therefore, it can be seen that the Protestant coalition is very weak, at least much weaker than the church. It is precisely because of this relationship that the church did not take the Protestant coalition seriously, so they were able to free up their hands to launch a two-front war and prepare to attack Portugal and France. After listening to Zhang Tai's explanation, Zhao Hongyu finally understood. It turns out that the Protestant coalition is so weak. However, Zhao Hongyu immediately felt a little incredible, because if the Protestant coalition was really weak as Zhang Tai said, then how could they have fought the church for 30 years in history? This does not make sense. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 481, The Butterfly Effect. In normal history, the war that engulfed all of Europe in the early 17th century, spurred by religious disputes, territorial conflicts, and the intrigues of the Habsburg family, would have lasted for 30 years. The main forces were the Protestant states, led by the Church and the Habsburgs, and also involved Poland, Lithuania, Switzerland, Austria, and other countries. The Protestant coalition, as the opposing side in the war, couldn't have been so weak. If they were truly as weak as Zhang Tai claimed, how could they have fought the Church for 30 years? It was the 30 Years' War that led to the decline of the Church's power, the emergence of the Dutch as a nation, and the beginning of their history as the horse drivers of the sea. But now Zhang Tai claimed that the Church coalition was weak. If Portugal and France hadn't defeated and occupied Spain, the Protestant coalition would likely have been defeated long ago. This statement truly baffled Zhao Hongyu. He was deeply perplexed. Your Highness, you have a frown on your face. Is there something you don't understand? Zhang Tai, who sat to the left of Zhao Hongyu, noticed His Highness's frown and a look of confusion, so he asked. Zhao Hongyu then unburdened Zhang Tai of his doubts. Zhang Tai pondered for a moment, then said, Your Highness, I don't know much about real history, but one thing is certain, the intelligence agencies are infallible. He then continued, according to early intelligence, the Church coalition, due to their numerical and economic disadvantages, although they adopted our tactics and adopted volley formations, only achieved some initial successes. As time passed and the war escalated, these advantages gradually eroded. After all, the Church coalition's vassal state economic system gave them access to the same material resources as the empire, so they gradually shifted to defensive strategy. Zhao Hongyu listened quietly to Zhang Tai's words, pondering them internally. There's another important point you haven't considered, Your Highness, the butterfly effect. Zhang Tai offered an explanation that moved Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness, think about it. Does our presence mean history will continue as it always has? Zhang Tai's expression now took on a serious tone. Quebec, once owned by the French, now belongs to the Empire. If the British had followed historical developments, they would have established colonies along the east coast of Britain. But where are they now? We've defeated them, leaving them without a foothold in America. Yes, what Zhang Tai described was a true historical event. However, both the French and the British had been expelled from North America by the Empire. As long as the Empire continued to develop, Britain and France would never again set foot on American soil to exploit its rich resources. In this sense, the original historical process had already begun to deviate. Furthermore, we've also brought the Spanish-Dutch colonies in the Caribbean under our control. North and Central America now belong to the Empire, completely detached from historical reality. So, after all this, it's no surprise that history has deviated significantly. Zhang Tai's words were not without reason. As someone from a later era, he was familiar with the butterfly effect. According to Zhang Tai, it's no surprise that the Protestant coalition, under the laws of the butterfly effect, deviated from historical reality. Fortunately, the deviation wasn't too great, because Zhao Hongyu improvised and allowed Portugal and France to defeat the Spanish. This prevented the Protestant coalition from being defeated by the Church. Otherwise, history would have been completely distorted. At least, the 30 Years' War continues, doesn't it? If the course of history had truly been altered, Zhao Hongyu's strategy towards Europe would have been somewhat uncertain. Of course, with his incredible cheat, Zhao Hongyu would have had a way to cope. However, the historical deviation left Zhao Hongyu feeling a little panicked. He didn't know how far history would deviate due to his presence. What if something unforeseen happened? Therefore, after listening to Zhang Tai's explanation, Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, that makes sense. Perhaps it really was our presence that caused this unforeseen deviation in history. Fortunately, through our unintended consequences, history wasn't drastically altered, and the 30 Years' War continued under unexpected circumstances. Zhang Tai smiled and said, although history has deviated, it's not a big problem for us. Your Highness, there's no need to be overly concerned. After all, what you possess is very powerful, isn't it? Zhao Hongyu knew what Zhang Tai was referring to. He was referring to his incredible cheat. This is an advantage that no European country possesses. Therefore, even if history deviates unpredictably, with your advantage, as long as the empire continues its steady development, we won't have to fear any threat from any source. Zhang Tai was confident in this. Indeed, the empire's three major cities were all developing. Ontario, located in the Great Lakes region, has begun developing heavy industry under Song Hu's leadership. While this is just the beginning, and it will take a long time before we see any results, as long as development continues, the empire's advantages will gradually become apparent. At that point, the empire will have nothing to fear from anyone. Furthermore, the Song Empire's current imaginary enemies are only the European nations. Furthermore, the Atlantic Ocean separates the Americas from Europe. Therefore, even if war or conflict breaks out, the Atlantic alone would be enough to wreak havoc on the Europeans. Also, the Atlantic Ocean gives the Song Empire ample time to prepare for conflict and war. After defeating the British and expelling European forces from Central America, the entire Americas are powerless to challenge the Song Empire. Furthermore, the Song Empire is isolated from Europe and the East, forming a self-contained system. There are no nearby forces that could threaten its development. Its geographical advantages are truly unique. After hearing Zhang Tai's words, Zhao Hongyu, who had been confused and panicked by lamenting the changing course of history, suddenly came to his senses. He thought to himself, yes, I'm really overthinking it. So what if history has deviated? Since I arrived in this world and this era, history has already been destined to be altered beyond recognition. Therefore, my confusion and panic over this deviation are completely irrational. Zhao Hongyu, having figured this out, felt a sense of relief. It seems I was really overthinking it, he said, smiling at Zhang Tai. Seeing his prince no longer frowning, Zhang Tai said, "It's good that your highness has figured it out." "This is actually nothing." Zhang Tai was delighted that his prince had figured this out. "Your highness, Europe is already in chaos. This presents a great opportunity for us. If they become chaotic, they won't be able to focus on other matters for a few years. We can use this time to slowly develop ourselves. Once we've developed, we won't have to worry about threats from Europe anymore." Zhao Hongyu nodded repeatedly, agreeing. Yes, he possessed the incredible time-space trader. All he needed was time and people. Then, the Song Empire could develop steadily and possess weaponry far superior to that of its time. The chaos in Europe presented an opportunity for development. As Zhang Tai had said, the European war would not be over in a short time. Therefore, if the war dragged on for several years, the Song Empire would have ample opportunity to develop itself. By the time the European war was over, European nations, driven by profit and economic relief, would have no chance of coveting the Americas. Zhao Hongyu was confident that within 5 years, he could transform the Americas. By then, the Song Empire would surely amaze the people of this era. Humph! Zhao Hongyu thought smugly. Your Highness, our threats primarily come from Europe. Therefore, the more chaos Europe experiences, the better for us. As for the East, it poses no threat to us at all, as the East lacks the spirit of open ocean exploration. Therefore, we don't need to worry about threats from the East. We can even obtain the population we need for development from the East. Zhang Tai, Song Hu, Wang Shan, and later joined by Professor Liu, had reached a consensus within their small circle regarding the development of the empire. Zhao Hongyu felt that what Zhang Tai said was very right. The current Ming dynasty in the East would not open up to ocean adventures, even those pirates only dominated the southeastern coastal areas. Even North Korea and Japan only traded with the Ming dynasty, and they had never thought about long-distance trade. Therefore, they could not threaten the Song Empire on the American continent at all. As for Siam, Vietnam and India, Zhao Hongyu had not even thought about them being a threat. And Europe, which was a threat to America, was about to start a war that would sweep all European countries. At this time, the Europeans simply did not have the energy to start the expansion of the ocean and colonies. As for the British, who were squeezed out of the European interest circle, even if they wanted to expand their maritime interests, they had to see if the Song Empire agreed. They could not deal with all the European countries, but they could still deal with Britain. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Hongyu's face. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 482. Remember, collateral is required. After Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Tai discussed the situation on the European continent, they turned the topic back to the visit of little Louis Zhai. I don't intend to contact little Louis Zhai. He's not the Emperor of France, and the government is still controlled by Marie. So there's no need for me to see him. You can handle this matter, Zhao Hongyu told Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai nodded. Okay, accepting the request, Zhang Tai then asked, but I suspect little Louis Zhai has come with some request. As your highness suspected, He might ask for weapons, food, or financial assistance. How much authority do I have in this matter? Zhang Tai's question was quite appropriate, since Zhao Hongyu had allowed him to contact little Louis Ziyi. It was very likely that he would encounter such a situation. If little Louis Ziyi actually brought up this issue, Zhang Tai would need some authority. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, "You have the right to handle it yourself. You can handle the supplies, weapons, and funds as you wish. But I must remind you, don't give too much, give it little by little. I don't want to see Portugal and France defeat the church, but I also don't want them to be defeated. The best outcome is a stalemate where both sides suffer losses, like in the Netherlands." Zhang Tai was completely confused by Zhao Hongyu's words. He gave Zhao Hongyu a wicked smile and said, "I understand, Your Highness. Don't worry. We'll let the Europeans fight for a few years. It's the right thing to do to buy us some time." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Yes, we can't let these Europeans have any time to spare. If they do, they might cause us some trouble. Let them fight. The more they fight, the less they'll pay attention to us. When the time is right, we can even help the church coalition. After all, it wouldn't be good for them to be defeated, would it?" Zhao Hongyu simply wanted chaos in Europe. On this point, Zhang Tai shared his opinion. "Your Highness, what should we do with our volunteers in France?" Zhang Tai, thinking of the volunteers they had sent earlier, couldn't help but ask. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and said, "After all, they've already been sent. It's not easy to withdraw them now. Furthermore, the church's vassal states have already begun to assemble their armies and are about to launch an attack. If we withdraw the volunteers at this time, what will the French think? So, we can't withdraw them, but we can't increase our forces either." He raised his hand and stroked his smooth chin, mentally pondering a solution. Honestly, aiding the French and the church coalition wasn't in the empire's best interest. The reason they had sent volunteers to aid France earlier was because the French couldn't fight on two fronts. To ensure they could crush Spain and easily capture the Caribbean, the empire had to ensure the Holy Roman Empire couldn't influence France. But now the Caribbean had become part of the empire's territories, and the French and Portuguese had defeated the Spanish and occupied their capital. Even the Spanish royal family had fled, and there was no news of them. Therefore, it wouldn't be in the empire's best interest for the volunteer army to continue aiding the French. But the problem was, withdrawing at this critical juncture was unwise. It would displease the French, then, it would provoke a French backlash. Any unexpected consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was troubled by the volunteer army. Zhang Tai observed Zhao Hongyu's expression and said, "Your Highness, if you ask me, let's withdraw the volunteer army to the Marseilles concession first. The excuse is easy, rest and recuperation. The French must suffer a little, otherwise they won't realize our importance. Don't you think they defeated the Spanish a little too easily? If the volunteer army hadn't withstood the attack of the Holy Roman Empire, it would have been no easy task for the French to capture Madrid." Zhang Tai's reminder stirred Zhao Hongyu's heart. Yes, the French defeated the Spanish, they won this war too easily. Therefore, the French would surely be a little complacent. They'd think it was due to their superior combat power, never considering the fact that America had even played a role. Even though little Louis Ziyi was coming to demand money, weapons, and supplies, they probably wouldn't have considered such a possibility. Perhaps they really should, as Zhang Tai said, let the French know how powerful they were. But wouldn't that be dangerous? What if the French were suddenly defeated by the church coalition? That would be quite bad. Zhao Hongyu didn't overestimate the French's combat effectiveness. Although the French had been a powerful nation on the European continent from the time of Louis Ziyi to the era of Napoleon, the butterfly effect had already occurred, and Zhao Hongyu couldn't guarantee that the French were as powerful as they had been in history, right? What if? Zhao Hongyu was truly unsure. When Zhao Hongyu shared his concerns with Zhang Tai sneered and said nonchalantly, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry about these issues. The French aren't that bad. Besides, once they get the funds, they can hire large numbers of mercenaries. You know, the mercenaries in those small towns near Switzerland are willing to work for you if they're paid, and their combat effectiveness is very impressive. We can definitely propose that the French hire those mercenaries to replace the volunteers, while also withdrawing the volunteers to rest and recuperate. Given the supplies we're providing, the French won't refuse." Zhao Hongyu pondered the idea and agreed to it. "Okay, Talk to little Louis Zhao about this when you discuss European issues, Zhang Hongyu said to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai responded, then asked Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, since little Louis Zhao might propose increasing aid, we can't always provide them with loans. This time, I even estimate the amount you'll need to borrow is enormous. So, do we need them to provide some collateral? Zhang Tai, in charge of the empire's economy, had been pondering this question for a long time. For him, providing loans to the French wasn't a big deal. But the French would have to provide some collateral. The empire isn't a charity, you can't just give them money. What if they can't repay it later? France had previously ceded a piece of Marseilles as a concession for the previous loan. Now, with little Louis Zhao about to visit, he'd likely need another loan. But what collateral would the French need this time? France didn't have that many colonies at the time. They originally had Quebec, but it had been taken by force by the empire. So, France had nothing to offer in terms of collateral. This was why Zhang Tai, after careful consideration, reminded Zhao Hongyu. However, since the French still needed to fight the war against the church states in Europe, the empire couldn't really refuse the French loan request. So, after much deliberation, Zhang Tai decided he needed to see what His Highness thought. He truly had no say in matters like this. Like Wang Shan and Song Hu, he didn't assume his position as Zhao Hongyu's confidant gave him the final say. It would have been fine if Zhao Hongyu wasn't there, but with him here, they had to listen to his advice. Besides loyalty, of course, it was also because they had put themselves in a good place. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said, collateral is definitely needed. Who would lend them money without it? I'm not stupid. But you need to talk to the intelligence department to see what the French have to offer. Also, try to convince little Louis Zhao. As you said, we're not a charity. With Zhao Hongyu's words, Zhang Tai felt more confident. He nodded and said to Zhao Hongyu, Okay, Your Highness, I understand. Now that the warships at the shipyard have been launched, I don't want to delay any longer. We'll be ready to depart within the next few days. The trip to the east and the population plan must be implemented immediately. The Caribbean has been incorporated into the empire, and we're about to occupy South America. This requires a large population to fully occupy and develop, Zhao Hongyu sighed and said to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai nodded in agreement. Yes, with the incorporation of Central America into the empire, we can now set our sights on South America. By then, the entire American continent will belong to us, but we're severely short of population. This is a very troublesome situation. Everyone was aware of the small bottleneck they were facing, but there was no solution for the time being. They could only take it step by step. When Zhao Hongyu's administrative level was promoted, their authority would be relatively increased. At that time, with the increase in authority, population growth would accelerate. After chatting with Zhang Tai for a while, Zhang Tai left Zhao Hongyu's place. Zhao Hongyu also left the office to find Emma and Sarah. After finding them, he informed them that they would be leaving for the east in the next few days. Sarah, who had always longed for the east, was thrilled, but Emma was less thrilled. Of course, Wang Shan also knew this news. As Wang Shan would be accompanying Zhao Hongyu through South America and temporarily staying on the west coast to build a temporary base before heading east, he certainly needed to be informed. Lately, Wang Shan had been spending a lot of time with a proactive and enthusiastic young woman, Anis. Because of her aggressive pursuit, Wang Shan had completely fallen for her. After all, as the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. Faced with a passionate pursuit of this cute and beautiful French girl, Wang Shan couldn't remain so cold-blooded. As they interacted, Wang Shan's feelings gradually warmed. His relationship with Anis continued to grow, and they became engaged a few days ago. Wang Shan had always thought that falling in love with a little girl was shameful, but he had no idea that such a thing was commonplace in Manhattan. Think of the ramen shop owner at Manhattan Harbor, who married 3 Indian girls. His place was nothing. The empire needed population. Therefore, early marriage and early childbearing had become national policy. Furthermore, this wasn't the modern era, so some modern legal concepts were no longer applicable. Furthermore, French little girls and Indians couldn't understand why early marriage and early childbearing were forbidden. The fallout was very lively, and Wang Shan finally had a plan. The women of Samuel's family were, of course, the happiest. After all, Wang Shan held a high position in the empire and was a close confidant of Zhao Hongyu. If Anais could be with Wang Shan, it would be a great benefit to their entire family, as well as to Sarah. Zhao Hongyu's father-in-law, Black Bear, who had already undergone some transformation, was also considering Wang Shan and Anais's union. He secretly approached Emma, hoping she could discuss the possibility of marrying a woman with a mohawk in the future. It must be said that Black Bear was quite sensitive in certain areas. His idea also received the support of Emma's mother. However, Emma didn't take it seriously at all and simply agreed casually. She had long since forgotten about it. As for whether she would remember it in the future, only God knew. After their fall, Wang Shan and Anais lived together openly. Wang Shan already had a nice villa in Manhattan, and Anais became his fiancée. Zhang Tai, Song Hu, and Professor Liu all made a good-natured joke about Wang Shan's finding a French Lolita fiancée and the fact that she was being pursued by someone else. Professor Liu, the disrespectful old man, even encouraged Wang Shan, saying that he was bringing honor to the Chinese people. Wang Shan blushed at the congratulatory letters from Song Hu and Professor Liu. However, Wang Shan didn't get angry, as he knew it was just a good-natured joke from his brothers and elders. Because Zhang Tai was in Manhattan, he couldn't help but tease Wang Shan when he saw him. When the Imperial Guard informed Wang Shan of Zhao Hongyu's imminent departure, Anais, who was currently cuddling with him, revealed a look of reluctance. Long-distance travel in this era wasn't as easy as it would be in later times. A trip to the east like this would normally take 4 or 5 years. So, it's no wonder the young woman was so reluctant to let go when she heard her lover was leaving. Seeing his fiancée so reluctant, Wang Shan felt a little distressed. Having overcome that hurdle, there was no need for Wang Shan to be so sullen. He lovingly took Anais's hand and said softly, "How about I talk to His Highness and ask you to come with me? I know you're reluctant to leave me, and I'm reluctant to leave you, too." After experiencing certain things, Wang Shan had become somewhat depraved. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to readthenovel.com. Chapter 483, Heading to the East. Ever since Zhao Hongyu decided to embark on his journey east, everything in Manhattan began to revolve around this theme. 72 warships, densely packed together, docked at the Manhattan docks, astonished the European laborers. The 3 heavy battleships were enough to leave them speechless. The dense array of gun barrels on either side of the warships was especially striking. This not only demonstrated the immense power of these battleships' artillery, but also their immense combat capabilities. With battleships like these guarding imperial waters, what enemy could possibly challenge them? Whoever it is, they're simply courting death. After experiencing and witnessing these warships firsthand, the European laborers working in Manhattan shared this sentiment. They marveled at the empire's military might, yet, by comparison, they felt the weakness of the European nations. Last year's pirate incident seemed to reveal their ignorance of their own limitations. Zhao Hongyu and his team claimed that the imperial capital in the heart of the Americas felt the crown prince's territory was undermanned due to piracy, so they dispatched the royal fleet to bolster coastal defenses. These warships were largely existing imperial vessels. This excuse was unquestionable, and it avoided a minor inconvenience. Now that spring had arrived, and having decided to head east, Zhao Hongyu felt there was no need to delay. Some things are always better resolved sooner rather than later. Furthermore, the empire's territory had expanded significantly, and relying solely on virtual world cultivation for population growth was insufficient. It would take too long and be prohibitively expensive. Zhao Hongyu needed to quickly expand the population to fill gaps across the empire. Therefore, acquiring people of similar Chinese descent from the Eastern Ming dynasty became a top priority. Consider this, he had already been in the Americas for 3 winters and 2 summers. That's a little over 2 years. Yet, the empire's population of Chinese descent had yet to surpass 500,000. Even including genetically modified individuals of other ethnicities, the empire's population is only a little over 1 million. However, the European labor force working and living within the empire has already exceeded 1 million. This doesn't even include the hundreds of thousands of black slaves and hundreds of thousands of European prisoners. It can be said that the Chinese population is still at a disadvantage in the Americas. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and his team must find a way to compensate for this disadvantage. Years ago, Zhao Hongyu saved funds for a year, but in the end, He only managed to cultivate 77,000 Chinese genetically modified individuals. At this rate, the Chinese population is unlikely to increase significantly within 5 years. Even if, 5 years later, Ontario City's coal and iron ore resources allow for more funds to be exchanged from the virtual world and used to cultivate genetically modified individuals, it's foreseeable that the population will not exceed 3 million. What's the concept of 3 million people? It's basically less than Portugal. Even the Portuguese of this era had a population of 4 million. Without a reliable population, the empire is talking about construction and development. Moreover, the entire American continent is so vast, with a population of only a few million. It's impossible to control the entire Americas. This is a very dangerous situation. If the Europeans ever discovered the strength of the empire, there would definitely be serious trouble. Therefore, bringing people from the East to America became a very important matter. The reason is simple. According to the calculations of Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Professor Liu, if the journey from the East goes smoothly, then in just 1 year, the population of America could be increased by nearly 2 million. After all, the Ming dynasty is currently plagued by disasters and disasters. There are many refugees and bankrupts. The Ming dynasty can still agree to sell 2 million unsafe and dangerous refugees to them. And 2 million people is more than the number of genetically modified people cultivated in a year using the space-time trader. Don't you see, Zhao Hongyu has been in America for 2 years, but the number of Chinese genetically modified people is only a few 100,000. But if they can deal with the Ming dynasty and persuade them to sell the refugees to them, then the Chinese population can increase by 2 million in a year. What a great thing. With these 2 million people, Zhao Hongyu could easily establish 200 settlements on the American continent, each with 10,000 people. While 200 settlements wouldn't allow him to control the entire continent, at least North America would be firmly under his control. Regardless, it would be better than the current situation. He could then assign people of Chinese descent to serve as officials in these settlements, allowing them to manage the immigrants from the Ming dynasty. He doubted that there would be much trouble. After all, the Ming dynasty immigrants were actually very easy to manage. As long as they were given land and given a sense of hope, they wouldn't cause trouble. This was much better than the Europeans. The Chinese were the most hardworking and manageable people in the world. As Chinese, how could Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan not know this? Although France had recently sent Louis Zhao as an envoy, who is en route to the Song Empire in America, Zhao Hongyu and his team had also analyzed Louis Zhao's intentions. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to delay his trip because of little Louis Zhao's impending arrival. Anyway, Zhang Tai could handle the little Louis Zhao's affairs. He thought Zhang Tai could handle it perfectly. He just hoped for aid from his side, which wasn't difficult at all. As long as the French could provide collateral, aid wouldn't be a problem. Even if the French wanted to turn against him in the future, it would give him a legitimate excuse to invade Europe, right? But for now, going east and acquiring population was more important. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's trip east wasn't solely focused on acquiring population from the Ming dynasty. If the situation allowed, he could even bring back populations from Vietnam, Siam, Korea, and Japan. At that point, he could manage the immigrants from other countries, with those of Chinese descent as first-class citizens and Ming dynasty immigrants as second-class citizens. Or, he could simply treat them as slaves. By this calculation, the population of the American continent might even exceed 4 million within a year. At this rate, it would only take 5 years for the Song Empire in America to reach the 20 to 30 million people he boasted about. Of course, with a larger population, some hidden dangers would arise. But that was a matter for the future. For now, everything was still focused on increasing population. The empire controlled so much land, but not enough people to utilize and occupy it. There was really no other way. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and his men couldn't be picky. Unless they focused on development, using genetically modified humans, for decades, how could Zhao Hongyu possibly wait that long? That was unrealistic. Besides, Professor Liu was right. Now that we'd arrived in this era, we had to explore the East. Zhao Hongyu could even go north to the Ming dynasty and experience for himself whether our great queen was truly as enlightened and powerful as those later experts and scholars claimed. At the Manhattan docks, rows of soldiers, in orderly formations, stepped onto the decks and boarded their respective warships. Zhang Tai and a group of Manhattan City civil servants also arrived at the dock to see them off. Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Tai exchanged pleasantries, with Zhang Tai advising Zhao Hongyu to be careful. Black Bear also arrived at the dock to see Emma off. The widows of Samuel's family also came to see Sarah off. Wang Shan and Anais stood beside Zhao Hongyu, whispering something. Anais was reluctant to leave Wang Shan, so Zhao Hongyu suggested that Wang Shan take Anais with him. After all, Wang Shan would be able to disembark on the west coast. By then, a settlement would be established, and Wang Shan and Anais could live there peacefully for a while, right? Ultimately, Wang Shan agreed. After all, he was a little reluctant to leave Anais. Your Highness, once we reach the east, everything will be funded by money. Professor Liu said that even high-ranking officials these days are greedy. If we want the immigration plan to go smoothly, we must use a lot of money, Zhang Tai repeatedly reminded Zhao Hongyu. This was crucial. This was Professor Liu's advice to Zhang Tai after he left Manhattan for the Lunar New Year. Zhao Hongyu listened to Zhang Tai's instructions and nodded repeatedly. Money was nothing to him. The Song Empire had nothing but abundant wealth. If he could use the gold and silver to acquire the needed population, then Zhao Hongyu would have no problem doing so. Gold and silver are useful only if you say they are useful, but if you say they are useless, then they are useless. They can be eaten or not, they are just cold metal. Honestly, all this gold and silver is not as useful as food. At least, food can fill people's stomachs and prevent them from going hungry. Don't worry, I know everything. We're not short of money. You could even say money is nothing to us, but population is what matters most, Zhao Hongyu said to Zhang Tai, nodding. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's understanding, Zhang Tai smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, the populations of countries like Annan, Siam, Korea, and Japan cannot be wasted. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Finally, Zhang Tai winked at Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu certainly understood what Zhang Tai meant. Don't worry, I'll definitely know how to harm them. We have money. After Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, he and Zhang Tai laughed sinisterly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to Read Novel Network. Chapter 484. What do you think? Look what they're talking about. Their smile so sinister. Not far away, Emma, Sarah, and a few other women watched Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Tai. Sarah shook her head. I don't know. It's a man's world. We women can't understand it. Tell me, is the East really that great? Emma was curious about the East. Ever since she learned she was going there, Sarah had been constantly telling her about its benefits and wonders. Roads paved with gold, a paradise-like life, clean and tidy streets and cities, that's actually paradise. But Emma was simply curious. Manhattan didn't seem much different from the East Sarah had described. Clean streets, beautiful greenery. The faces of the city's residents were filled with hope and longing for happiness in life, and they were full of energy every day. There was no sign of the apathy seen on the faces of people on the European continent. But what exactly would a road paved with gold look like? That was what intrigued Emma. She had been imagining a straight, golden continent stretching out ahead. Because Emma and Zhao Hongyu had been to Europe, they had a less than favorable impression of it. Dirty cities, stinking streets, people in filthy clothing. Their faces were nothing but numbness, as if they were soulless puppets or the walking dead. This feeling left Emma with a negative impression of Europe. Therefore, Emma felt that it would be better if the East didn't become like Europe. It wasn't surprising that Sarah longed for the East. Europeans living in this era had similar fantasies about the East. Given their extremely harsh living conditions, it's no surprise that they were obsessed with and yearned for the Eastern scenes depicted in books. The cleanliness of the cities and the happy smiles on people's faces alone were enough to make Europeans envious, weren't they? However, Europeans didn't know that the scenes described in those books were from the Song dynasty, hundreds of years ago, before the Mongol invasion. So much time had passed, and the East had changed dramatically, but regardless, the East today, aside from its maritime advantages, is superior to Europe in every other respect. However, during the reign of Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty, the Ming dynasty's ocean exploration and even its warship technology were not like this. It was simply due to man-made factors that the East's progress in ocean exploration stalled, giving the West an opportunity. If the officials in the Ming dynasty's court had been more cautious, the future would have been truly unpredictable. However, since Zhu Di's death, the Ming dynasty's navy was completely destroyed. This was definitely not fate, but the result of calamity. What they didn't know was that their own selfish desires and interests would lead to China's future being trampled upon by Western barbarians. After all, these people didn't have the foresight of Zhao Hongyu. The fleet slowly departed Manhattan Harbor and sailed majestically towards the Caribbean Sea. Zhao Hongyu's route was from the Caribbean to South America. After reaching the end of South America, they would turn north and head towards the west coast. Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Tai had decided on their final destination, San Francisco, the city that would later become the United States. There are gold, iron, and copper mines here, and vast tracts of fertile farmland can be cultivated, more than enough to accommodate future immigrants from the Ming Dynasty. Furthermore, the fishery resources along the west coast are plentiful, providing the immigrants with the protein they need in the absence of a large meat diet. Of course, beyond these reasons, the most important factor is that once settlements are established on the west coast, all of North America will be completely under the empire's control. At that point, no matter who wishes to invade the American continent, it will be impossible to do so directly. The first challenge will be the garrisons and cities on the east and west coasts. As for the heartland of America, the empire can slowly develop towns and cities. There's no need to rush. By establishing settlements of 10,000 people along the east and west coasts, the entire continent can be controlled within 5 years. At that point, the empire will truly be the dominant power in the Americas. Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Tai, Song Hu, and Wang Shan have already developed a detailed plan for this. More importantly, using the west coast as a base allows for oil exploration there. After all, traveling from the west coast is much shorter than from the east coast. Oil, on the other hand, could definitely bring Zhao Hongyu enormous profits from the virtual world. By then, with iron ore and oil, Zhao Hongyu felt he could make a huge leap forward in the empire's development. Unlike gold, its price would drop if it were in excess. But iron ore was different. Its price had been rising year after year in Zhao Hongyu's time, and it was even a valuable mineral. Zhao Hongyu knew that China was exploited annually for its iron ore. If he could provide an open supply of iron ore, China in the virtual world wouldn't have to suffer exploitation anymore, right? Even if China didn't need it, other countries would. It could be considered a strategic commodity. And oil, on the other hand, was even easier to say. As long as Zhao Hongyu could produce it, there would be no shortage of buyers. People in this era might not need it, but the virtual world would definitely fetch a good price. The mist was vast, the sky azure. White seagulls flapped their wings and circled in the sky, occasionally making a chirp sound. Ying. Such a scene no longer captivated Emma. She was no longer the naive young woman of last year. Since her trip to Europe last year, Emma's horizons had broadened considerably. Your Highness, the speed has stabilized. We estimate we'll arrive in Cayenne, Caribbean, in about 5 days. Wang Shan observed the situation and, after receiving the captain's responses, returned to Zhao Hongyu to report. Wang Shan, still clinging to his duties as a lackey, remained committed to his duties. Wang Shan, are we dreaming? Zhao Hongyu asked softly, looking up at the azure sky. Wang Shan was stunned. Zhao Hongyu continued, I keep having this feeling now. It's as if I've come to this world, and everything I've experienced is a dream. Sometimes I worry I'll wake up and realize it was all a lie. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Wang Shan finally understood. His Highness was now experiencing some psychological problems due to his experiences. He quickly said, Your Highness, this can't be a dream. You've experienced many things firsthand. If it were a dream, how could it be so real? At least the scar on your face is proof of that. Zhao Hongyu smiled and turned to look at Wang Shan, who looked worried. Don't take it so seriously. I was just sighing. You don't think there's something wrong with me, do you? Seeing Zhao Hongyu smile, Wang Shan nodded. You're our backbone now. I don't want anything to happen to you, Wang Shan spoke frankly. Zhao Hongyu smiled and shook his head, saying, Actually, our experiences are so miraculous that it's not surprising that I'd have such thoughts. Haven't you ever had such thoughts? Zhao Hongyu asked Wang Shan. Wang Shan thought for a moment and replied, Yes, I've had such thoughts too. But since we're here, we should just make the best of it. There's no point in overthinking it. We have to work hard to survive and strive for better things. Zhao Hongyu smiled at this. Very good, very good. You're absolutely right. It's pointless to overthink things. In the end, we still have to work hard to make our lives better. Zhao Hongyu relaxed considerably after chatting with Wang Shan. After shaking off those unrealistic thoughts, Zhao Hongyu gestured for Wang Shan to sit down. You're carrying a heavy load on your shoulders now. You'll need to do a good job on the west coast. The Ming immigrants will need to cultivate land and build towns. You need to be aware of these things. We can't help you much right now, but with your authority, I think you can solve many problems. Thinking of Wang Shan disembarking and leaving him once they reached the west coast, Zhao Hongyu felt a little reluctant. After all, Wang Shan had been with him the longest and was his most trusted subordinate. However, with the immigration and population issues, Wang Shan's burden had to increase. After all, Zhao Hongyu didn't have many more available personnel. Wang Shan nodded seriously when Zhao Hongyu mentioned this. Leave it to me, Your Highness. It's no problem. I also have the authority of a village head, and I can definitely handle and resolve any early difficulties. There's no problem, Wang Shan was confident. Zhao Hongyu turned his head, his gaze fixed on Anais, who was chatting with Emma and Sarah not far away. You're lucky, kid. A blonde girl is actually pursuing you. In my time, I wonder how many people would envy her. You know, back then, this was illegal, even if Anais wanted to. You have to be nice to her and not bully her, okay, ahem. Zhao Hongyu's mention of this incident made Wang Shan blush. Wang Shan knew exactly what His Highness had said. He had been avoiding Anais, the enthusiastic little girl, because of this very consideration. However, in the end, Wang Shan was won over by her passion and accepted Anais. Fortunately, this was the 17th century, so such things were not illegal. Your Highness, your father-in-law has been talking to me recently. He hopes that I can marry another Mohawk wife besides Anais. What do you think about this? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 485 The Wheel of History Turns. Zhao Hongyu was stunned when Wang Shan told him this. However, he quickly understood the underlying issues. It seemed his father-in-law wasn't that foolish. The women of Samuel's family were preparing for a rainy day, but so were his own father-in-law and mother-in-law. After thinking things through, Zhao Hongyu smiled. He said to Wang Shan, very good. What do you think about this? If you don't object, then accept it. You'll need to convince Anais yourself, though. After all, having a Mohawk wife would be beneficial to our ethnic integration, wouldn't it? Zhao Hongyu didn't really object. Knowing Wang Shan well, he knew that no matter what the women of Samuel's family and Black Bear did, he wouldn't betray him over a woman. Besides, Emma and Sarah wouldn't have any future palace intrigue. Even if they had children, he would educate them well from a young age. Zhao Hongyu simply thought these people were overthinking things. Seeing that His Highness wasn't particularly opposed to this, Wang Shan felt relieved. When Wang Shan heard Black Bear's proposal, his heart was in turmoil. As Zhao Hongyu's confidant, how could Wang Shan not understand these people's intentions? They were simply consolidating Sarah and Emma's status through marriage. Fortunately, this little girl, Anais, truly had taken a liking to him and was deeply devoted to him. Otherwise, Wang Shan wouldn't have accepted her. After all, having such a wife would be extremely detrimental to his future and the empire. Your Highness, I understand the intentions of both the women of the Samuel family and your father-in-law, Black Bear. There's nothing wrong with it right now. But if your Highness has children in the future, do you think there will be any problems? Although Zhao Hongyu was confident, Wang Shan was deeply worried. The most frightening thing about people is selfishness. Emma and Sarah had no selfish motives, and neither did Zhao Hongyu, but the question was what would happen to his children in the future. No one could predict that. If they start killing each other in the future, it would be a tragedy. Seeing Wang Shan's serious expression, Zhao Hongyu sighed. You're right to worry, but I know what I should do. That's the downside of a huge empire. Having too many wives means more trouble. I plan to educate my children using modern methods, so the kind of situation you're worried about shouldn't happen, of course. I'll take precautions against that, but I don't have any children yet. Isn't it a little early to be thinking about it? Although Zhao Hongyu was confident, Wang Shan's words made him hesitate. After all, no one can guarantee what will happen in the future, not even if Zhao Hongyu possessed a supernatural cheat. Use modern education methods, Wang Shan pondered. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Everyone's mindsets are different. If you instill certain ideas in them from a young age, I don't think they'll necessarily be that focused on power when they grow up. Unless someone instills these ideas in them from a young age, I'll do my best to keep an eye on them. Zhao Hongayu's mention of someone was of course a subtle reference, and Wang Shan understood that. Indeed, every filial son is born a blank slate. They know nothing about vying for power. If it weren't for the people around them instilling these ideas from a young age, I don't think these filial sons would have much of a yearning for power. Throughout the various dynasties of the Huaxia Empire, the bloodshed between siblings was so frequent because of the interests involved with the children of the royal family and the excessive indoctrination they received from their entourage. It's all due to education and environment. But if Zhao Hongyu didn't have such an environment, and if the children weren't around those kind of people, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Neither Emma nor Sarah were women with a strong desire for power. Especially since Emma is the queen of the Mohicans, and Sarah is the nominal lord of Quebec. Even if they have children, they can take good care of them in the future. Of course, Zhao Hongyu will do his best to teach them. Children, after all, may have their own ideals when they grow up. As long as I can educate them well and prevent them from focusing on power, that's all. After all, the atmosphere and environment in America are different from those in the East. The future development of America will undoubtedly be rapid. In 20 or 30 years, America might be at the level of the 1950s or 1960s. By then, children will be able to fully pursue their own dreams. Become a scientist, a general, a technology research and development engineer, etc. They don't necessarily have to become emperors. Besides, the dividends from Umbrella Corporation are enough for them to enjoy a prosperous life. What's so good about being an emperor? There are still the headaches of political affairs every day. Of course, I can also prepare everything in advance, establish a separation of powers or a parliament to prevent such a situation. Zhao Hongyu is still young. At this age, he is only 17. He had plenty of time to lay the groundwork. As Zhao Hongyu shared his thoughts with Wang Shan, the worry on Wang Shan's face gradually faded. Since your highness has already formulated a mature plan, I'm relieved, Wang Shan said. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Wang Shan, his most loyal subordinate. I understand your good intentions, and I understand your concerns. However, there are many things beyond our control. All we have to do is strive for prevention. If something like this happens again when I close my eyes, you and I will be able to do something about it, right? Wang Shan nodded. That's right. After they were buried, how could they care about these things? What was bound to happen would still happen, and they had no control over it. Where there are people, there are interests. Where there are interests, there will be conflict and intrigue. We have no laws to control that. After all, people's minds are different, and the perspectives are different. We shouldn't worry about it. Zhao Hongyu was quite open-minded about the issue. But even if he couldn't get over it, what could he do? Zhao Hongyu's gaze shifted to Sarah and Emma, not far away, a tenderness in his eyes. I'll just talk to you about this. I'll consider this issue later, when I actually have children. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Wang Shan nodded silently and stopped discussing the matter with Zhao Hongyu. However, Zhao Hongyu made it clear that he already had a plan in mind, so it wasn't certain such a situation would arise in the future. Therefore, Wang Shan felt a little relieved. How much intelligence do you have about the Caribbean? After the question about his own family was put aside, Zhao Hongyu asked about the situation in the Caribbean. Wang Shan, noticing Zhao Hongyu's question, replied, everything is going well. Since defeating the Spanish and Dutch, the empire's rule there has been trouble-free. The local indigenous people have also submitted. After all, we don't oppress them like the Spanish and Dutch. Zhao Hongyu listened to Wang Shan's story and nodded slowly. Although there are still many Spaniards and Dutch left in those colonies in the Caribbean, they are all relatively honest under the supervision of the imperial garrison and the local natives, and no one has jumped out to cause trouble. As the commander of the fleet, Chelsea has now dispersed his 13 fleets and more than 400 warships, which are patrolling the Caribbean day and night, so no one will be so blind as to cause trouble. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu interrupted and said, that's for sure. Even if the pirates want to take advantage, they have to think about what happened last year. The Spanish Empire has collapsed, and the Spanish in the Caribbean have no hope. They can only be obedient citizens. Otherwise, where else can they go? Are they going to return to stinking Europe? Unless they are idiots, and there's even less need to worry about the Dutch. Their warships are still fighting the British in the North Sea. At the same time, the war in the Netherlands is still in a stalemate, and there is definitely no reinforcement For European colonies of this era, the situation in Europe had a significant impact on them. This was because colonies were heavily dependent on the mainland. While they could still be financially self-sufficient, they could not rely on the indigenous people for armed forces. The idea of forming indigenous legions to protect colonial interests was not invented until later by the British. After all, the British colonies at the time were simply too vast for them to manage. Furthermore, as a small island nation, their population was insufficient. Therefore, the British began to support indigenous peoples close to them to manage colonial interests. Simultaneously, indigenous legions emerged in the colonies. This not only alleviated the British's lack of armed forces but also significantly reduced military expenditures. Furthermore, these colonial legions could be used as cannon fodder when necessary, a highly advantageous development. However, in the 17th century, no country had considered such an idea. They simply didn't dare. First, European colonies of this era were all acquired through bloody massacres and deception. The indigenous people submitted to them because of the Europeans' powerful ships and artillery. The Europeans were well aware of this. If they dared to form a native army, they would likely have to worry about betrayal after it was established. This would be a loss-making proposition. It was precisely because of this that Europeans in this era had never considered the issue of native armies. Consequently, European colonies were unable to obtain military support when unrest erupted in their homelands. Of course, they lacked military support, but they could still gain economic support by oppressing the colonists. It's good that these guys behave themselves. If they don't, I don't mind killing them all. Stability is everything, isn't it? Zhao Hongyu, who had been in power for some time, was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. To maintain the interests and stability of the empire, he knew that ruthless action was necessary. He could turn a blind eye to the situation, so long as no one was being killed right in front of him. Zhao Hongyu was quite adept at finding excuses and solace. By the way, is there any news from Europe? What's the Dutch reaction? He asked. You see, the Caribbean Empire fleet not only defeated the Spanish but also seized Dutch colonies. While it was a minor incident, the empire could be considered to have engaged in an undeclared war. Furthermore, there was no conflict between the Dutch and the empire at the time. The empire's actions were completely unreasonable. However, Zhao Hongyu also understood that this was the perfect time to seize control of the Caribbean. At that time, matters of face couldn't be considered too much. Not to mention the Spanish, whose nation is now defunct, and whether they can successfully restore their nation is uncertain. But the Dutch, on the other hand, truly care about the interests of their Caribbean colonies. If Zhao Hongyu missed such a good opportunity, wouldn't he be the biggest fool in the world? Historically, the Dutch were renowned as the horse drivers of the sea. Why not try to trip them up now while they're still struggling? Besides, the Dutch had joined a new coaching army and were still locked in a fierce battle with the Church on the European continent. Could it be that the empire had to wait until the Dutch ended the 30 Years' War before engaging in a fair fight and seizing control of the Caribbean? Anyone who did that would be a complete idiot. Obviously, Zhao Hongyu was neither a fool nor a lunatic, so he wouldn't choose that approach. But how would the Dutch react? This worried Zhao Hongyu. Wang Shan replied, "We've established a European intelligence department to gather information on this matter. Since our concession was established so recently, the information the intelligence department has access to is very limited. Furthermore, their focus is currently on the Church's war against Portugal and France, so they have less intelligence on the Protestant side." Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he understood that this was perfectly normal. Construction on the European concession had only begun a year ago, and many buildings weren't even finished. The European branch of the intelligence department had also just been established. Furthermore, intelligence officers of Chinese descent would be easily spotted by Europeans, so recruiting Europeans as intelligence officers, along with the training, was already a remarkable achievement. So, what more could he ask for? Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan chatted, while the girls on the other side had their own topics. The warship maintained a steady speed, heading towards the Caribbean Sea. Meanwhile, little Louis Zai's fleet had just arrived mid-Atlantic, unaware that Zhao Hongyu had already left Manhattan. Little Louis Zai's mind was now filled with fantasies of what an American empire would look like and how to establish a good relationship with Zhao Hongyu. That same day, on the other side of the globe, in the east, A pirate named Zhang Ziling in the South China Sea gathered a large force of his own and engaged in a fierce battle with another pirate group led by Li Xiang. The shadows of Portuguese and Spanish warships could be seen on the surface of the South China Sea during the clash. In 1622, the second year of the Xianqi Revelation, apocalypse, of the Ming Dynasty, Nurhaci, the Manchu Qing dynasty rising between the Black Mountains and White Waters, made a fateful decision in the spring of what later scholars would call the seventh year of the later Jin dynasty Xianming. This decision was the system of the Manchus and the Apials jointly governing the country, and began to unify the various Jurchen tribes. At the same time, the Han people living under the rule of the later Jin began to flee because they could not bear the slavery. Nurhaci, furious, ordered the capture and killing of the fleeing Han people. For a time, all the Han people in the area under the rule of the later Jin were captured and killed. The tragic scene cannot be described in words. At the same time, the Ming dynasty, feeling the rise of the later Jin, coupled with the disastrous defeat in 1621, began to actively win over the Yi tribe, which was also a Manchu, to fight with Nurhaci and interfere with Nurhaci's process of unifying the Jurchens. To use a phrase that has been used too much in later online novels, that is, the wheel of history has begun to turn, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Transition. Of 1622, events unfolded across the globe. European states were embroiled in war, and even the distant East was far from peaceful. The Ming dynasty was already crumbling, with the later Jin rising powerfully from the Black Mountains and White Waters. Japan had ended its turmoil and ushered in the stable second generation of the shogunate. The Mongol tribes to the north of the Ming dynasty had not yet been conquered by the later Jin, but they posed a threat to the Ming dynasty. Slaves on the African continent were constantly being captured and sold to Europeans, who then took them to the Americas to begin their tragic lives. The Ottoman Empire, the most powerful empire in the Arab world, observed the turmoil in the European states with aloof eyes, cautiously searching for a suitable entry point. The Ottoman Empire also had unusual ambitions for the European continent. While the Mediterranean was vital to the Ottoman Empire, geographical constraints prevented it from developing its maritime presence. Therefore, they needed to seek opportunities to seize their own outlets. The current war in Europe presented them with an opportunity. However, the Ottoman Empire had to be extremely cautious about this, fearing it would provoke hostility from all European nations. After all, the two sides held different beliefs, didn't they? Egypt had fallen into decline centuries ago, becoming a source of food for Europe and the Ottoman Empire. As a vassal state, Egypt, once a glorious nation, had no say. It made no difference who ruled them. Compared to the turmoil in the Arab world, Europe, and the East, the Americas were thriving. The impact of earlier uprisings had subsided, and the troubles caused by the church had been resolved. People had returned to their normal lives. Every day, everyone rose early, washed their faces, ate a hot breakfast, and said goodbye to their families before starting the new day's work. Although the Spanish and Dutch merchant ships were absent, the Portuguese and French ships still existed, so the Manhattan harbor was bustling every day. Nothing had changed since the Caribbean War. Of course, whether these merchant ships flying the Portuguese and French flags were truly owned by Portuguese and French nationals was another matter. It's a fact that the number of merchant ships at Manhattan Harbor has not only not decreased, but has actually increased daily. The original Manhattan docks could only handle 20 to 30 merchant ships, but after 2 years of expansion, they can now accommodate 150 merchant ships simultaneously. Its throughput is undoubtedly the highest in this era. Just how much does 150 merchant ships really mean? Currently, the most prosperous port in the Mediterranean is the port of Alexandria in Egypt. But even Alexandria's docks can only handle 45 merchant ships at a time. This shows the enormous cargo volume and the level of merchant ship traffic at Manhattan Harbor. Of course, the high volume of merchant ship traffic has also driven the prosperity of the docks in Manhattan. After all, every merchant ship that arrives in Manhattan will dock for a few days to allow the sailors to relax and take a break. Furthermore, these merchant ships need to sell or ship goods, which requires a large number of workers. Loading and unloading still requires manpower, right? Hence, the manual laborers at Manhattan Harbor. It's also constantly expanding. However, laborers at the Manhattan docks are no longer as popular. Any European with some skills and trades could find a good job in Manhattan, earning a high salary. Only those without any special skills would come here to work as laborers, a job that required little. Even so, the Manhattan docks still had a surprisingly large number of laborers. After all, Europeans of that era were largely illiterate and unskilled. So, what else could they do if not laborers? The first Europeans who came to Manhattan to make a living have generally undergone minor changes. Those who were once laborers have now become small bosses, managing the new laborers at the docks. Behind these people are gangs backed by intelligence agencies. Where there are people, there is conflict, and where there is conflict, there is the underworld, especially at the Manhattan docks, where interests are entangled, the underworld is bound to emerge. Although Europeans don't understand the underworld, the Chinese people do. In the early days, laborers battled daily for berths and the right to load and unload merchant ships. While the pay wasn't great, if monopolized, the profits were substantial. After all, if you controlled the loading and unloading rights at the Manhattan docks, you could control the fate of the merchants. Imagine what would happen if you took a month to load cargo that could be unloaded in a day. What if you insisted on loading cargo that could be loaded in 2 or 3 days for 2 months? What if a merchant ship was loading or unloading goods that couldn't be stored for long periods of time? Time was crucial. Furthermore, controlling the docks meant you could raise prices slightly. With a monopoly, price fluctuations were your own decision. It was precisely because of this perceived advantage and disadvantage that Wang Shan had the intelligence department form a mafia behind the scenes, invading the city and integrating Manhattan's underworld with ruthless tactics. He also sought to improve the intelligence department's revenue. You have to understand that many departments within the intelligence department operate shady businesses, so some financial matters can't be handled openly. Therefore, Wang Shan and his team had to find their own ways to generate revenue from external sources. Furthermore, the mafia was wreaking havoc on the Manhattan docks at the time. Thus, driven by both profit and public security, the mafia, backed by the intelligence department, emerged. Today, all the laborers at the Manhattan docks are members of the underworld. Those who started out there are now small-time leaders. Of course, despite being a mafia group, they still operate in a disciplined manner. They clearly display prices for all goods being loaded and unloaded. While the prices are a bit high, they also offer insurance to compensate for cargo damage. After all, some items can be accidentally damaged during handling. This is when the porters need to be vigilant. With caution, such losses can be avoided. But if the porters act rogue, that's hard to say. Therefore, many merchants would rather pay a little more than suffer such losses. You know, the popular ceramics in Manhattan are very fragile. Besides the dock laborers, the port also hosts numerous underage European children. These children range in age from 5 or 6 to 14 or 15. They are a common sight at the Manhattan docks. They work a variety of jobs, selling newspapers, shining shoes, delivering takeout, acting as tour guides, and even soliciting guests for nearby restaurants and hotels. While their salaries aren't as high as those of adults, their employers generally provide them with food and lodging. This is excellent treatment for children. In Manhattan, this includes 3 meals a day of white rice, each with fish and meat. Compared to Europe, this treatment is simply heaven. Furthermore, their employers also pay them a salary at the end of the month. This means that if these children save money each month, they can save their salary. When they grow older, they can use this money to start a small business or other endeavors. Furthermore, most of these children are orphans, having been taken in by their employers in their early years. Therefore, these children have a strong sense of belonging to Manhattan and are very loyal to their bosses. Perhaps because of their young age, they don't have the same tendencies as adults. Instead, they quickly adopt Manhattan's ideas. In addition to these European adults and children, there are also Indians. They bring their prey to the docks to sell, exchanging the money for household necessities. They buy various animal furs or cute little animals. Perhaps due to the trend initiated by people of Chinese descent, wealthy people in Manhattan have started keeping adorable groundhogs as pets. These little animals are abundant in the Americas, especially now that spring is here. When groundhogs are active again, skilled Indian hunters can easily capture these adorable little elves. At the docks, many armored Europeans and Indians gather together, fully armed. These people are waiting for hired guards. Generally, these people are experienced European soldiers or Indian warriors. They are responsible for the safety of the merchants who have just come to Manhattan, or for providing security on the road when they want to go to Quebec or Lake Ontario. The reason why these people do this is because they like a free life. They don't want to be soldiers, nor do they want to do other jobs. But they only know how to fight, so what can they do? However, there are more and more merchants coming and going in Manhattan, so they don't have to worry about having no work. Even if there are no foreign merchants, the local merchants alone can provide them with a lot of work. Many times, these IOYs are in short supply. Now because it is just the beginning of spring, you can still see them. In a while, these IOYs will sign one-year agreements with many merchants, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel website. Chapter 487 The Land of Hope. The bustling scene of Manhattan was absolutely astounding to those of that era. At least, in the eyes of the merchants who plied Manhattan with Europe, the Arab world, and the African continent, no port or city in the world could compare to Manhattan. Not even Alexandria, the most bustling Mediterranean port, could compare. Portuguese and French galleons were docked at the berths of Manhattan Harbor. Moss, sails lowered, stood densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. A variety of accents echoed on the docks, including some strangely accented Mandarin. Several laborers unloaded cargo from merchant ships, neatly stacking it in designated areas on the docks and carefully covering it with tarpaulins. Numerous laborers were also carrying cargo, piece by piece, from the neatly stacked areas to the merchant ships' holds. These laborers handled the cargo with extreme care. It was clear that the merchants who hired them had undoubtedly insured the merchandise. Since the money was paid to ward off disaster, these laborers would surely work their hardest. Otherwise, it would be unjust to receive such high salaries. Besides, if they didn't work diligently, the supervisors wouldn't let them off the hook. Misbehavior here was punishable. Of course, as long as you followed the rules, life was good. While laboring was tough, the pay was still good. And since the mafia monopolized the labor industry and raised prices, and their own service quality improved, virtually every laborer's income has doubled. None of them could have imagined that the mafia not only didn't exploit their income, but actually helped them fulfill the promise of increased income. This would have been impossible in mainland Europe. This completely convinced all the laborers who made a living at the docks. Of course, no one had to pay a small monthly management fee. And since they also had to undergo regular training, no one objected. After all, it was all in their own interests. Service with a smile. Employers are king. They provide us with food and clothing. This is the slogan passed down by the gang leaders. It's better to say it's a company than a gang. It's just that if you infringe on their interests, they will resort to violent means. The entire labor industry at the Manhattan docks is essentially impossible for anyone else to interfere with. With the support of the intelligence services, monopoly is inevitable. But the laborers and merchants benefit, so they don't care who manages and monopolizes. Things are just that way in the world. They only see the benefits and advantages such management brings to themselves. Before the gangs had a monopoly, laborers often fought over the right to load and unload cargo. Even the strict Manhattan Police Department couldn't stop them from fighting. It shows that people are truly willing to risk their lives for profit. Things are different now. No one fights anymore, we're all under the same management. For the merchants, this benefit is even greater. First of all, while the laborers of the past might have done their job, they often carelessly caused unnecessary damage to the goods, resulting in losses. But you couldn't argue with them. If you did, you'd be in trouble. Without someone to load or unload your goods, even if you managed to find someone, the consequences would be excruciating. The cargo would fall after a few steps, and the fragile goods inside would be shattered beyond recognition. Such incidents were not uncommon. Therefore, merchants at that time generally avoided offending these laborers. Zhao Hongyu and his colleagues didn't have a good solution for such situations. After all, unspoken rules often emerged, as there were many vested interests involved. Ultimately, Wang Shan resolved this issue. Today's laborers, with their smiling faces and attentive service, have changed the merchants' impression of them. Of course, the price these merchants pay is 30% higher than before, isn't it? At the docks, Some clever children would even wholesale drinks from small taverns and sell them there. Sodas wholesaled for 2 copper coins a cup, but could be sold at the docks for 5. Therefore, some of the children who had a little money and were still working would solicit customers and sell these drinks to take out for a little extra cash. Their employers generally turned a blind eye to these children's practices. After all, these children were also trying to save money for their future, weren't they? These Chinese American bosses had inherited the unique kindness of the Chinese people, and their kindness was naturally rewarded. These young children, still young, would be extremely loyal to their employers when the Song Empire embarked on its grand maritime trade. Their precociousness made them readily aware of their employers' kindness. If one were to compare one's own heart with another's, how could these children, who hadn't learned bad habits, not be moved? After all, most of them had experienced wandering in Europe, where no one treated them as human beings. Sometimes, the boys and girls were even bullied by the church and some aristocratic lords. Only in Manhattan, among the kind Chinese genetic bosses, did they truly experience respect and kindness. Sir, do you need a guide? You're new here, right? You look unfamiliar. I, little Bart, have been here for a long time, but I've never seen you before. Manhattan is huge, and if it's your first time here, you might not know your way around. Just 1 dragon coin and I'll be happy to help you. I know everything from business transactions to hotels, taverns, and entertainment. Whether you need to sell or buy goods, I can provide you with detailed advice. If you don't trust me, our agency can also help you. Want to stay in a hotel? Our hotel is clean and hygienic, and it's close to the Ministry of Commerce and the docks, making it convenient for you to travel and conduct business. It's definitely the best choice for your stay in Manhattan, sir. Have a meal. Our food is delicious and famous in Manhattan. If you find it troublesome, we also offer delivery. All you need to do is leave your address and the name of the dish you want, and we'll deliver it to you as quickly as possible. Scenes like this are common on the Manhattan docks. Most of the people doing this are boys and girls. Adults would be embarrassed to do this. These are European merchants visiting Manhattan for the first time. It was truly unusual to be faced with such enthusiastic solicitation tactics. However, those young people were very discerning and wouldn't continue their conversation until the customer grew impatient. Often, they would quickly pique their interest, then quickly and concisely explain their store's advantages, effectively luring them in. However, they were not overly dramatic. They always spoke of their store's true strengths, as that was what the owners had requested. False advertising was a taboo. Manhattan today is as bustling as it was in the 1950s and 1960s. Of course, this was only on the harbor side of Manhattan. Beyond the harbor, other areas, aside from the commercial district, were less bustling and rather deserted. After all, the rest of Manhattan was residential. So, why would there be so much activity? Zhao Hongyu and his team's overall planning for Manhattan was modeled after the later American model. Residential areas were to be tranquil and covered in forests and greenery. They wouldn't follow the later Chinese model of building skyscrapers and cutting down trees. Besides the merchant ships sailing under the flags of Portugal and France, there was also a steady stream of imperial merchant ships arriving from the Caribbean. While their number was modest, it proved that the empire had begun to establish merchant ships, operating on the seas. These ships carried fresh fruit from the Caribbean. After all, Manhattan had just emerged from winter and into spring, so fruit was still scarce. But the Caribbean was different. The climate there was spring-like year-round, and fresh tropical fruit was abundant. Consequently, Caribbean merchant ships would bring several shipments of fruit to the market each month. Needless to say, high incomes boosted Manhattan residents' spending spree. Although the fruit was a bit pricey, it still sold out. Many Europeans would regularly buy an apple or dragon fruit to bring home for their children. Even underage children at the Manhattan docks couldn't resist using their hard-earned savings to buy a few fruits to satisfy their cravings. Remember, some of these children had never even tasted fruit. Only in Manhattan can they rely on their own income to buy a piece of fruit and enjoy it themselves. In Europe, that would be absolutely impossible. In spring, everything seems vibrant and full of life, and the people here are filled with longing and expectation for a happy life. But everyone knows that in this country, as long as they strive hard, everything can be achieved. Because there is no oppression here, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or vote for it monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 488 Understanding. Start here. Are people living in Manhattan truly free from oppression? The answer is definitely no. Oppression never disappears in this world, regardless of time or era. Even in later generations of countries that have taken a distinctive path, oppression still exists. Corruption, the tyranny of second-generation wealth, the reliance on ancestor status, and all sorts of connections all fall under the category of oppression. It's only the Europeans living in Manhattan during the 17th century Song dynasty who felt this way because of the comparison. Yes, comparing Manhattan to other European cities makes everything clear. Manhattan has few taxes, and they are low. All taxes are clearly visible to taxpayers. Furthermore, after the government collects taxes, where and how much the money is spent is clearly disclosed to citizens. This fact shocked the European laborers who were not citizens. In Europe, not only are there countless taxes, but even the nobles who collect them don't publicly disclose how the money is spent. But in Manhattan, everything is publicly disclosed. Urban sanitation, public transportation, residential construction, military spending, and the maintenance of various public facilities, all expenditures were clearly publicized, allowing citizens to see how the money was spent. The salaries of those working in the government were also publicly disclosed, without any concealment. This demonstrated the absence of corruption within the government and demonstrated the integrity of the government to the citizens. This approach profoundly shocked the European laborers. As they experienced everything about Manhattan, they began to harbor certain thoughts about it. They wanted to strive to become citizens. Indeed, the desire to become a citizen was universal among the European laborers. It was simply because imperial citizenship was so difficult to obtain, making it a goal for them. In reality, the European laborers were simply deceived by appearances. The Song Empire wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. Oppression existed here as well. Otherwise, what about those European prisoners and slaves? The reason there was no corruption in the government was because these people were genetically engineered. Moreover, the Song Empire was still an imperial state. Furthermore, the government dividends from the umbrella corporation would always subsidize government officials, so there was no need for them to engage in corruption. The reasons behind this were complex. However, the Europeans saw it differently. At least in their view, the Song Empire was absolutely incorruptible and worked for the people. At the very least, such a state did not exist in Europe. Those nobles and church leaders were all working tirelessly to enrich themselves, fearing they wouldn't make enough. The key to this is comparison. Once there's comparison, everything becomes clear. The intelligence agencies have been keeping a detailed eye on the changes in Manhattan and the sentiments of the European workers. Although the recent church-incited riots caused some trouble in Manhattan, it's unlikely that the church would continue to do so. The Native American faith, the Zhao, has emerged and is achieving considerable success. Dividing line. After more than 50 days of sailing, the 5 French embassy ships finally sighted the outline of Manhattan. Standing on the deck, little Louis Zhao seemed incredibly excited. He couldn't stop imagining what Manhattan would be like. But no matter how he thought about it, his mind was filled with images of European architecture or other Gothic cities. Manhattan wasn't his style at all. But it wasn't Louis Zhao's fault. This was his first time traveling far away. Besides, he hadn't seen the cities of the Song Empire, nor had he come into contact with the Americas. This wasn't the future, where people could travel everywhere by plane. If it were later, a prince like little Louis Zhao wouldn't have been so affluent. Up ahead is Manhattan, the commercial capital of the Song Empire. It's a bustling city with a population of nearly 1 million. Captain B.R. Tannen, standing beside little Louis Zhao, relayed the information he had gathered in a thick, sardonic voice. A city of nearly 1 million people? What kind of concept was that? Especially for Europeans. In later times, a city with a population of 100 wouldn't be considered a big deal. That was perfectly normal. But this was the 17th century. It wasn't the era of later population explosions. During this era, the capital of the Ming dynasty in China boasted a relatively large population, perhaps 2 million. However, there were only 2 or 3 cities with populations exceeding 1 million. This was unique to the Ming dynasty in the East. Africa, needless to say, was not much better, and the Arab world wasn't much better. As for Europe, London in England, Paris in France, and even Madrid, the capital of the fallen Spanish Empire, each boasted only 200,000 to 300,000 people. Even so, These cities could be considered prosperous metropolises. 200,000 to 300,000 people would be equivalent to a county town in later times. Even so, London, Paris, and Madrid were utterly stench-filled. Upon hearing this, young Louis Zhao's face changed drastically. He seemed to be thinking of the situation in Paris. Paris, a city the French have always been so proud of, was actually little more than a large, squalid, W-like structure in the 17th century. Sewage flowed throughout the streets, and the stench was unbearable. This was why the nobility and royal families were reluctant to live near Paris. The stench was so intense that it could be felt 10 miles away even on the strongest wind, making it an unsuitable place for human habitation. But Paris's population is only a little over 300,000. Manhattan, now in the Song Empire, boasts a population of nearly 1 million. Doesn't that mean the city's flavor is far richer? It was at this thought that little Louis Zhao's expression changed drastically. Poor little Louis Zhao. He'd mistaken Manhattan for one of those European cities that neglected urban sanitation. He really deserved a good spanking. D'Artagnan, a city of over 1 million is indeed large, but can they handle it? Little Louis Zhao asked D'Artagnan, his face pale. Paris only has a little over 300,000, and yet it's become like that. Manhattan has a larger population than Paris. As he spoke, a rich fantasy began to unfold in little Louis Zhao's mind. Manhattan was a city floating on sewage, its residents swimming and boating in it. Little Louis Zhao was only 11 or 12 years old. So, he was at that age when he loved to fantasize, wasn't he? So, it's no surprise that he had some bizarre fantasies. D'Artagnan wasn't entirely clear on this. After all he knew was based on brief inquiries from merchants who had visited Manhattan before leaving France. His information was therefore very general, leaving him with little idea of Manhattan sanitation. So, after hearing what little Louis Zhao had said, and considering the situation in Paris, D'Artagnan's expression immediately became as grim as little Louis Zhao's. If Zhao Hongyu knew about this, he'd probably die of laughter. This alone reveals the depth of the French's fear of city life. In this era, city dwellers weren't noble, but rather filthy. But who could be blamed? It was the European countries themselves who neglected urban sanitation. Without proper sanitation management and adequate sewage treatment facilities, it's no surprise that cities are plagued by feng shui problems. After all, the earliest such problem was addressed was in the late 19th century, in 1880. Only then did the British begin to rectify their own city of London. But before that, European nations still lived in sewage. Before urban sanitation was improved, European nations suffered greatly. Due to poor urban hygiene, various epidemics broke out frequently, a fact recorded in history. No matter what later generations of Europeans might say, they could not escape this history. Little Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan were unaware of this. Right now, they were both consumed by fantasies of a sewage-soaked world. This place was very close to Manhattan Harbor, so single-masted dhows and medium-sized fishing boats could often be seen plying nearby. Because these small dhows were not allowed to fish at sea, the fishermen on these boats were confined to the waters near Manhattan's piers. These fishermen were all of Indian descent, with a few Chinese and European descents. Of course, some of the larger ocean-going fishing vessels still had European employees. The Indians here were no longer the naked people they once were. After 2 years of imperial training, they had become accustomed to wearing work clothes. Most importantly, this work cloth suit is dirt-resistant and sturdy, keeping you warm. It's only the beginning of spring, so the weather outside is still quite cold. Especially in the mornings and evenings. People wear more clothes. The Indian fishermen were no stranger to the sight of ships coming and going. However, their appearance and skin color, unlike those of Europeans, amazed little Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan. The world is full of wonders. They had never imagined that the skin color of the people of the American continent could be so completely different from those they knew. Of course, the dark hair and dark eyes of the Chinese also surprised them for a while. As little Louis Zhao and his companions entered the Port Authority area, a triangular boat quickly approached and stopped alongside them. This was the Manhattan Harbor, a guide boat used to guide incoming and outgoing ships. Indeed, Manhattan Harbor requires a guide boat due to the large number of ships entering and leaving. Berths are also numbered, something little Louis Zhao and his companions would certainly not understand. Even European merchants who had visited Manhattan several times were somewhat confused about these rules. Therefore, A guide ship was required to guide the warships into port and assign them berths. The Chinese official on the guide ship boarded the warship, and little Louis Zhao revealed his identity. A French prince. This matter cannot be delayed. The officer on the guide ship immediately informed his colleagues, instructing them to report the news immediately. He himself began to allocate berths for the 5 ships. When dealing with a prince, some matters cannot be neglected, especially since France was now considered an ally of the empire. The guide ship had propellers, which increased its speed. Therefore, it reached the shore in a short time. Little Louis Zhao and his companions, who were still at sea, watched the guide ship speed away in amazement. The ship's speed was simply too fast. They had not yet realized that such a fast ship existed in the world. Meanwhile, the ship looked identical, sporting a single spout triangular sail. And with so little wind, how could it possibly be traveling so fast? The French were genuinely baffled. Of course, the Chinese official wouldn't tell the truth to such a question, even though he knew the truth. Could he have actually told little Louis Zhao that the ship had a propeller beneath it and an engine within it? Clearly, that was impossible. This was an imperial secret. How could he casually share it? And so, filled with confusion and shock, little Louis Zhao and his companions docked. Manhattan brought them one shock after another. The bustling docks and bustling crowds were unseen even in Marseilles, France's largest port. The entire port was paved with stone slabs, appearing clean and tidy. The docks were neatly stacked with various goods, and merchants chatted and haggled, seemingly bargaining. The workers handling the goods were meticulously handling them. Some children, shouting in a language he couldn't understand, constantly solicited something from those passing by. Here, there was no trace of indifference on the people's faces. Instead, little Louis Zhao saw in their faces their longing and hope for happiness. Looking out, the docks were densely packed with pulls, and many merchant ships were docked here. This also showed how prosperous Manhattan's business was. How are you? Little Louis Zhao took a deep breath. He knew that this was just a corner of Manhattan. If he wanted to understand the Song Empire, he had to start here. To be continued. If you liked this work, you are welcome to vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 489. It's so far. Manhattan truly captivated little Louis Zhao. The wonders of this country left an indelible mark on his young heart. Zhao Hongyu had no way of knowing all this. With little Louis Zhao's arrival, Zhang Tai immediately began discussions with him, discussing a series of matters related to aid for France. Little Louis was somewhat disappointed that Zhao Hongyu wasn't with the Empire. After all, in addition to personally coming to discuss aid with the Empire, he also wanted to meet the Crown Prince and build ties. And now, the Crown Prince had gone east. Little Louis's disappointment was palpable. However, he hadn't forgotten what he'd come to America for, so he could only muster his energy and focus fully on his negotiations with Zhang Tai. Of course, as host, Zhang Tai would take little Louis Zhao on a tour of Manhattan in his free time. After all, little Louis seemed filled with a youthful curiosity about everything in the empire. Manhattan was completely different from what he'd imagined. The entire city was spotless, completely devoid of the filthy, sewage-filled scenes he'd imagined. This intrigued him immensely. This was uncommon in Europe. Think about it, which city in Europe today isn't overflowing with sewage and reeks of stench? Only the cities of America lack such a scene. It was simply too clean. This, accustomed to the filth of European cities, was somewhat unaccustomed to it. The bustling docks, the bustling crowds of workers, the dazzling array of goods, the endless rows of shops, little Louis Zhao saw no idle people. Almost everyone he saw was busy. After wandering for a while, little Louis Zhao didn't even see a beggar. This was what shocked him most. No beggars, what kind of concept was this? Little Louis Zhao couldn't have been unaware of this. Even in the streets of the Vatican, Europe's wealthiest city, beggars abounded. The transformation of Europe's bankrupts into refugees had a profound impact on Europe. Beggars and bandits were everywhere. Villages closer to cities were less vulnerable, as the presence of nobles, lords, and military garrisons intimidated the bandits. However, areas further from the cities became a haven for thieves. Even in France, where domestic affairs were relatively stable, banditry and riots by refugees continued to occur. Consequently, Europeans had become accustomed to unrest. This, in turn, made little Louis Zhao somewhat unaccustomed to the tranquility and peace of Manhattan after his arrival. Regardless, the young man's trip was an eye-opener. He couldn't help but understand the benefits of domestic stability for a nation. He understood it all too well. With domestic stability, a nation could focus on other matters, without having to worry about refugees, bandits, or rioters. Furthermore, with stability, economic development would remain relatively stable. Furthermore, the Song Empire's distance from Europe offers a very favorable geographical location. After his own observations, little Louis Zhao sighed inwardly, America's advantages are truly overwhelming. However, precisely because of its geographical location, it's unlikely that the Song Empire and Europe will experience major conflict. After all, the Atlantic Ocean serves as a natural barrier. Therefore, an alliance between France and the Song Empire is a completely mutually beneficial one. With this in mind, little Louis Zhao further solidified his resolve to cultivate closer ties with the Song Empire. I can't believe your country's environment is so beautiful. It's completely beyond my imagination. That day, Zhang Tai and little Louis Zhao strolled through the commercial streets near the pier. Then, led by Zhang Tai, they arrived at Manhattan's most famous noodle restaurant. Looking out at the bustling streets and the people coming and going from various shops, restaurants, and snack bars, little Louis Zhao exclaimed, "Yes, the commercial atmosphere here is very strong, which indicates its commercial development. Commercially developed countries collect more taxes, a fact little Louis was well aware of, therefore, he could conclude that the empire was well funded. Therefore, his request for assistance should be possible." During this time, he and Zhang Tai also visited the residential areas. They gained an understanding of the 2- and 3-story villas in Manhattan, as well as the surrounding environment. Compared to those in Europe, the residential areas in Manhattan were a world apart. Zhao Hongyu and his team had designed the residential areas in accordance with later American living standards and environments. Therefore, it was no surprise that little Louis Zhao was shocked. Furthermore, the residents there were not nobles or lords at all, they were just ordinary people. This made little Louis Zhao even more astonished. After all, in Europe, such villas would have been the preserve of at least a minor noble. At that time, in Europe, many ordinary people simply built a home out of stone walls and some straw. But in America, ordinary people could live in such mansions. This demonstrated the sheer economic prosperity of the empire. Of course, little Louis Zhao had overlooked one fact. The people living in these residential complexes were essentially all Chinese citizens. Others, like Indians and Indians, wouldn't live in such houses. They mostly lived in 4- or 5-story brick buildings with 2 bedrooms and a living room, somewhat postmodern style. The European laborers who arrived in Manhattan lived in what would later be considered urban villages. However, little Louis Zhao knew nothing about these things. That's nothing. We've only been developing our territory in Manhattan for a little over 2 years. It's far inferior to ours. Zhang Tai accepted little Louis Zhao's praise and admiration without a trace of guilt, even boasting about it. Hearing Zhang Tai's words, little Louis Zhao's eyes widened. What? That's not good enough? The empire is more prosperous than Manhattan. Zhang Tai smiled and nodded, acknowledging the point. However, what Zhang Tai imagined in his mind was the scene of the Chinese capital in the virtual world. Indeed, little Louis Zhao had no idea that Zhang Tai was talking about something in the virtual world. He'd thought it was the imperial capital of the American continent in this era. I feel like I can see it with my own eyes. What would a city more prosperous than Manhattan look like? I can't even imagine it. Little Louis Zhao was shocked and filled with awe. If what Zhang Tai said was true, then little Louis Zhao would be feeling a bit conflicted. Yes, he used to be tall, rich, and handsome. But compared to this guy, he was nothing more than a piece of shit. Of course, that presupposed he knew the terms tall, rich, and handsome and piece of shit. Even though he didn't know the terms, he still felt a bit like a country bumpkin. This feeling made him feel uncomfortable. Zhang Tai observed the little guy's expression and knew he was feeling a bit disappointed. But he didn't care at all. Little Louis Zhao was upset, but it was none of his business. It's too far from Manhattan. If it were closer, I could take you there, but the journey is truly too long, Zhang Tai said to little Louis with a faint sigh. Oh, how far is it? Little Louis Zhao hurriedly inquired upon hearing Zhang Tai's words. After all, little Louis Zhao was still very young. He was only 12 years old. Therefore, his nature was to travel and explore. especially the cities of the Song Empire in America, which offered him so much novelty. Therefore, his youthful mindset and his natural curiosity for novelty were now fully unleashed. Now, after hearing Zhang Tai's words, he was deeply intrigued by the Song Empire's capital. A city even more prosperous than Manhattan. What would it be like? Since arriving in Manhattan, little Louis Zhao had experienced so many surprises and awesomes. Now, the capital was even more impressive than Manhattan. How could little Louis Zhao not be tempted? It would take 2 years to go there and back, Zhang Tai said, a blatant lie. He wouldn't take little Louis Zhao to any city. Besides, he didn't have the ability to do so. These were all just his own nonsense. Where in the empire today is there a city? Hiss. Little Louis Zhao gasped. It would take 2 years to go back and forth. That's really far. With such a long distance in time, it seems that he really can't go. Thinking of this, little Louis Zhao couldn't help but reveal a look of disappointment. Zhang Tai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, if you insist, I really can't do anything. God have mercy on me, where can I get a city? I can't just sell you as a commodity in the virtual world. If that's the case, you can go to the city. But the problem is, you definitely can't come back after you go there. Zhang Tai secretly complained in his heart. You too, your beef noodles are ready. This is our signature dish. Please enjoy. At this moment, the underage European waitress placed 2 large bowls of steaming, greasy ramen in front of Zhang Tai and little Louis. The fragrant beef bone broth in the bowls wafted out, its aroma tempting to salivate. Come, have some noodles. Although I can't go to the capital, I can take you to our industrial city. Chapter 490. There are many delicious foods here. The chewy noodles in the large bowl were thickly coated with butter. The aroma of the special spices wafted forth, and little Louis Zhao swallowed his saliva like a bumpkin. Zhang Tai couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of His Majesty, the Crown Prince of France, being so envious of a bowl of ordinary ramen. A sprinkle of chives made the noodles even more enticing. The generous slices of beef made the ramen look incredibly delicious. This shop's signature dish, many people come here for it. And this ramen is not expensive at all. 1 bowl is enough to fill you up, so business is always good. Zhang Tai expertly took the chili oil and aged vinegar and mixed them in his own large bowl. After inquiring about each one, little Louis followed suit. Slurp. Slurp. Sizzle. Delicious. Since arriving in Manhattan, little Louis Zhao had been treated graciously by Zhang Tai, but he'd only been eating European dishes prepared by Chinese chefs. I haven't even tasted Manhattan's local cuisine yet. Today, the Indian women who are looking for wild mushrooms in Chapter 5 are making a killing. Meanwhile, the number of fishing boats in Manhattan has increased, bringing a richer and more diverse fish supply to the city. Trout, sturgeon, cod, herring, and other fresh fish have enriched Manhattan's dining tables with a wide variety of ingredients. Furthermore, many of those with Chinese ancestry have trained as cooks, and with their help, Manhattan's food combinations have gradually expanded in variety and variety. After all, the Chinese are known for their culinary skills. In the hands of Europeans, fish is often simply boiled. But thanks to the Chinese citizens of Manhattan, these fresh fish can be fried, steamed, braised, and prepared in a myriad of ways. In short, even if you eat fish every day, you never get tired of it, and there are so many other side dishes. In the early days, some Chinese citizens also set up barbecue stalls along the Manhattan Pier, making grilled fish a popular dish. Especially in the summer, the feeling of enjoying a few grilled fish drizzled with spices and chili powder, followed by a few large glasses of ice-cold beer, is truly indescribable. Manhattan residents generally enjoy the food stalls along the docks during summer evenings. As for beer, the European laborers in Manhattan gradually accepted it. After all, it was cheap. Although they were used to drinking rum and gin, a series of imperial measures forced them to buy only imperial-produced alcoholic beverages, such as guo and beer. They could also buy European alcoholic beverages, but the prices were much higher. Everyone knows the cost, so no one would drink expensive alcohol, right? Besides, guo is incredibly strong in winter, and it's a favorite among the dock workers. So, they quickly accepted the drink and became addicted. In Manhattan, besides various snacks, various delicatessens also emerged. Braised pork heads, pig's trotters, pig's livers, and other foods, as well as various chicken and duck feet and necks, all appeared. Since Europeans didn't know how to prepare these things, the Chinese saw business opportunity. Although the Chinese citizens were allocated land and established estates, becoming a class of landlords, their inherent hard-working nature kept many busy. They typically left the estates to stewards, while they earned extra income in Manhattan. Europeans loved alcohol, but lacked the right accompaniment. This presented a significant market for the Chinese. Moreover, prepared foods were truly the perfect accompaniment to alcohol. European alcoholics immediately took to these greasy, prepared foods. Even now, those early prepared food vendors no longer operate street stalls. They now have their own established businesses and have expanded their operations. And because they own estates, they can raise chickens, ducks, and pigs in addition to farming, ensuring they have no shortage of supplies and are financially self-sufficient. When it comes to making money, the Chinese are no worse than the Jews. However, later generations of Chinese merchants have forgotten these norms and are solely focused on profit, which has led to their tarnished reputation. Even during the Qing dynasty, Chinese merchants adhered to integrity and ethics, and those merchants were extremely successful. It was only in modern times that these sincere business values were abandoned. People only care about money, disregarding everything else. This lack of morality led to the decline of the entire Chinese nation. However, in Manhattan, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Sham specifically enacted business laws to prevent this situation. These laws include regulations on honesty and ethical business practices. Therefore, Chinese merchants in Manhattan during this era have always been honest. At least no one dares to break the rules, such as engaging in aggressive price competition or slandering competitors. While the Chinese have many strengths, they also have many weaknesses. How could Zhao Hongyu and others, who are Chinese, not understand this? Therefore, they have already made plans to prevent this. But no matter what, it is true that there are many kinds of food in Manhattan now. Every European who comes to Manhattan wants to stay, in addition to the living environment here, because there are too many delicious foods here. At least, that's what little Louis Zhao who came to Manhattan thinks. Chapter 491 The Darkest, Most Shameless. Your Excellency, Administrator, you just said you could take me to the industrial city. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. What exactly is an industrial city? Little Louis Zhao, satiated with food and drink, burped constantly, looking completely out of character. The waiter brought them a cup of light black tea. Zhang Tai and little Louis hadn't left the noodle shop yet. Someone was so stuffed that they felt a bit tired. Since there was nothing else to do, little Louis Zhao started chatting with Zhang Tai. He had previously suggested visiting the capital, but because the journey was too long, he had given up the idea. But Administrator Zhang Tai suggested they visit another city, just as prosperous as Manhattan, but with a completely different developmental history. Little Louis certainly had no problem exploring another city. The cities of the Song Empire held so much that amazed and intrigued him. But what was an industrial city? He knew about cities, but not about industry. It wasn't surprising that little Louis Zhao didn't know. After all, it was only 1622, the early 17th century. You know, the word industry didn't even begin to appear until the 19th century. That's still over 200 years away. Hearing this, Zhang Tai smiled and said, well, industry actually refers to a city with concentrated mining, factories, and large-scale shipyards and blacksmith shops. Zhang Tai's explanation made little Louis Zhao understand. According to Zhang Tai, it simply meant a city with many blacksmith shops and a large number of craftsmen. Little Louis Zhao was a little skeptical, believing this wasn't surprising. Little did he know that the reality was completely different from what he'd imagined. An industrialized city is more than just a city with more blacksmith shops. But regardless, the invitation had been extended, and he really wanted to see what the city was like outside of Manhattan. So, little Louis Zhao agreed. Your Excellency, Administrator, I wonder what you've been thinking about these days. You know, the states of the Church Alliance have already begun preparations and training new legions. And I've been away from France for a long time. Regarding the aid issue, after a moment of casual conversation, little Louis Zhao casually brought up the subject. Although they weren't officially meeting, little Louis didn't want to miss any opportunity. He wanted to inquire about the Empire's attitude. He had already been in Manhattan for half a month, but there had been no progress on the aid issue. This made him anxious. After all, the situation in Europe was beyond his control. When he discussed this issue with Zhang Tai earlier, Zhang Tai had used the excuse that he needed the relevant imperial departments to study it, which delayed the process for half a month. While the empire could afford the delay, France couldn't. The Atlantic voyage alone took over 50 days. Add to that another half a month. If the return trip took another 50 days after the deal was reached, who knew what would happen in Europe? Therefore, under such circumstances, little Louis had no choice but to ask this question casually. Zhang Tai pulled a pack of Dakianman cigarettes from his pocket and lit a match. Dakianman cigarettes are now very popular in Manhattan, America. This matter is also urgent. But I can't interfere with the affairs of the relevant departments. I think we can reach a conclusion in a while. After all, the loans and aid you need are not insignificant. Of course it was not insignificant. The loan amount the French needed this time was a huge sum of money. A full 30 million dragon silver, equivalent to the current French currency of silver livres, that is 90 million. Even if converted into gold Louis, it would be 12 million. This is just a loan, not including the additional weapons, food, clothing, etc. If you're calculated this way, it is an astronomical figure. Remember, France's annual income is only a mere 25 million silver livres. The loan and aid they are requesting are several times their annual income. Therefore, Zhang Tai couldn't help but think carefully. Weren't the French planning to squander the empire's money? Their expectations were too idealistic. Therefore, Zhang Tai planned to delay and not agree to their aid request anytime soon. Little Louis also understood that their request was a bit too difficult. After all, it was a huge sum of money. Even on the European continent, it wasn't clear if any country could meet it. In fact, the French also understood that their demands were too high. However, they figured they could bargain with the empire. As the saying goes, ask for the high, pay the low. Even if the price was raised, the French would still benefit greatly, even if both sides eventually negotiated. Therefore, with this in mind, the French would rather ask for more than too little. Zhang Tai could more or less guess at the French's intentions. Even so, Zhang Tai didn't intend to agree too quickly. Furthermore, in addition to the loan, the French wanted the empire to provide limited aid in weapons and medicine, which was a bit puzzling to Zhang Tai. In reality, Zhang Tai was quite happy with the aid of weapons and medicine. After all, weapons and medicine weren't meant to be repaid. Although the French couldn't pay now, they could sign a debt agreement. After all, France would have to pay it back eventually. Not to mention, there would be interest. Besides, what's the most profitable thing in the world? It's always been the same, arms. If the French really started getting arms from him, wouldn't that be another source of income for the empire? It would be a great benefit. However, the amount of arms the French wanted was too large, including muskets, cold weapons, and armor. Zhang Tai wondered if equipping the French too well all at once would allow them to defeat the Church's forces, which would be very detrimental to the empire's interests. So, Zhang Tai sent a ship to Europe and told the administrative officials of the concession to secretly contact the Church's forces to see if they were interested in weapons. After all, with the chaos in Europe, there should be a huge demand for weapons and supplies. Without a response from Europe, Zhang Tai would delay the matter for as long as he could. Besides, muskets were the most in demand in the French weapons inventory. It was clear that the French wanted to use the war to train and equip a musketry unit. However, the French musketry manufacturing technology wasn't as advanced as the Empire's. They still used matchlock muskets, which were incomparable to the Empire's lightweight flintlock rifles. Furthermore, if the troops were to be equipped in large numbers, the French musketry workshops wouldn't be enough. Therefore, the French simply hoped to obtain a batch of muskets from the Empire and distribute them directly to the troops. This would also save manufacturing time. This way, a musketry unit could be formed in a short period of time, wouldn't it? However, the French hadn't considered another issue. They couldn't manufacture these flintlock rifles, which would inevitably hinder their ability to obtain weapons from the Empire. However, the French didn't consider this issue at all. What they needed was a large quantity of weapons to be equipped to the troops quickly. The Empire's musketry tactics were truly formidable. D'Artagnan witnessed the performance of the American volunteers firsthand. After receiving his report, the French began to take notice of musket tactics. Initially, the American volunteers numbered only 8,000. Yet, against the Holy Roman Empire's 50,000 to 60,000 man army, they managed to hold their own and defeat the enemy. Such a victory impressed the French. However, the problem was that the French didn't have that many muskets to equip their troops, and the muskets used by the American volunteers were far more advanced than matchlocks. The French musket manufacturing and craftsmanship were far inferior to those of the Empire. I can't answer the question of loans, and I don't have the authority to make decisions regarding supplies and food. But the military responded quickly. The muskets, weapons, and various armor are all no problem. It's important to give the French a little something sweet every now and then. They can't let the French down too much. Zhang Tai understood this principle, so he told little Louis Zhao. In reality, the military and intelligence departments had already analyzed the situation. The French's reason for requesting weapons was simple. The Empire stood to gain enormous benefits, so there was no reason to refuse. Given the French's current technological level, producing a flintlock rifle would take decades. More importantly, since the Empire had mastered the manufacturing process for these weapons, all of the factories had been established in Ontario, and the engineers were under secret surveillance. The Empire didn't have to worry about the manufacturing process leaking out quickly. Therefore, if the French used imperial weapons, they would be dependent on the Empire for future supplies and other needs. The military and intelligence departments also felt that allowing the French to become too powerful would be detrimental to the Empire. The best approach was to rapidly spread imperial weapons across Europe. The Empire's role was that of an arms dealer. The more chaotic the war in Europe, the more money the Empire would make and the greater the benefits. The current challenge was how to convince other countries besides France to demand imperial weapons. This was the most crucial point. This was why Zhang Tai had sent representatives to Europe to order the officials of the Lisbon and Marseille's concessions to address this issue. Of course, during this period of chaos in Europe, the Arab world couldn't be abandoned. The Ottoman Empire had always coveted the European continent, and presumably they needed weapons as well. If the European principalities used imperial weapons in war, it would surely be a real eye-opener for the Ottoman Empire. At that point, the Empire could also seize the opportunity to contact the Ottoman Empire and sell its munitions. Isn't the concession in Cairo, Egypt currently under construction? With the Cairo concession as its hub, imperial arsenal could then reach the Arab world. The tribal chiefs of the Arab world would undoubtedly appreciate such lightweight weapons. Even if they disliked muskets, the Empire could still supply weapons crafted from the virtual world. These weapons, manufactured using modern technology, would undoubtedly appeal to them. Little Louis Zhao's visit had already given the Imperial Ministry and Intelligence Departments some new ideas. Oh, has the Empire already decided on weapons assistance? That's fantastic. Just as Zhang Tai told little Louis this and began to daydream, little Louis excitedly pumped his fist. Yes, the loans and weapons he came here for were his top priorities. You're right. Clothing and food weren't that important. After all, the French army could still make do with their uniforms, and they weren't starving to death. Loans and weapons were what they needed most. Yes, we can supply 10,000 suits of armor, 50,000 standard machetes, 50,000 bayonets, and 30,000 flintlock rifles. That's enough to form an army of 100,000 men. Little Louis Zhao had nothing to be unhappy about. It's just that the military just drafted it and hasn't informed me yet. I think it'll take some time. After all, there are a lot of procedures and formalities to go through. Zhang Tai shrugged at little Louis and looked at him with a look of helplessness. Little Louis didn't care. As long as this matter was settled, what did a few days of delay matter? As the heir to France, he understood the procrastination that could occur in certain departments of an empire, so he expressed his deep understanding of the situation. Is this confirmed? Little Louis Zhao asked. Zhang Tai nodded and replied, one of my trusted confidants in the intelligence department, so what I'm telling you is absolutely true. Who are you? Little Louis Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. With weapons, we don't have to worry about the Church Alliance anymore. Zhang Tai smiled at little Louis, thinking, hopefully, with these weapons, the French will be more motivated. Then we'll show the Church Alliance how powerful we are. Once they understand the power of muskets, we'll be able to sell them our weapons easily, right? It all depends on whether the French can inflict a heavy blow. For the Empire, the bigger the war in Europe, the better it is for the Empire. Wow, Zhang Tai laughed heartily. After discussing other matters with little Louis Zhao for a while, the two of them left the noodle shop and went outside, taking the guards waiting outside with them. The French don't yet know that, in the eyes of the Empire, they're just pawns to be exploited. If necessary, the Empire could even hire soldiers from somewhere to aid the Church Alliance. As long as it benefits the Empire, isn't it? The song Empire is the darkest and most shameful, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel website. Chapter 492 Colony, Cayenne. Drop anchor. At the port of Cayenne, a former colony in the southern Caribbean, Zhao Hongyu and his entourage slowly approached the shore. The arrival of a fleet of 72 warships gave the people of Cayenne a glimpse of the Empire's might. The 3 heavy battleships, in particular, their appearance, resembling deep-sea behemoths, truly astonished the country folk. Your Highness, be well, Chelsea had been waiting for Zhao Hongyu at the dock with her men long ago. After Zhao Hongyu disembarked, Chelsea immediately approached to greet him. Zhao Hongyu smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, the Caribbean would never have been incorporated into the Empire," Chelsea hurriedly said. "Everything was planned long ago by the military, and we are simply following orders. And thanks to your Highness's planning, Europe began to become chaotic, which gave us this opportunity." As a high-ranking military commander in the Empire, Chelsea knew a few things. Especially since he had accompanied Zhao Hongyu on a trip to Europe, he had witnessed everything Zhao Hongyu had done. It was precisely because of Zhao Hongyu's schemes that the Dutch and Spanish on the European continent reassigned their fleets to the Caribbean, thus presenting the Empire with a golden opportunity. Otherwise, even if the Empire had ultimately secured Caribbean hegemony and colonies, the cost in casualties and time would have been significant. After all, the Spanish had withdrawn over 300 warships to cope with the war in Europe, and the Dutch had similarly withdrawn over 400. If these warships hadn't been transferred, Chelsea and his men would have been in a difficult position, and whether the Caribbean would have remained under imperial control at that point would have been uncertain. Therefore, Chelsea couldn't afford to be complacent. He understood this clearly. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be so modest. Work hard in the Caribbean. The waters here are under your command. A large number of warships will be deployed to you in the future, so you must have some confidence. I will definitely live up to your Highness's trust." Chelsea straightened up and responded with a slight bow. "Let's go. I'm just planning to stop in Cayenne for a short while. After all, the Caribbean already belongs to the Empire, and as the Crown Prince, I have to take a look," Zhao Hongyu said, beckoning Chelsea to lead the way. Cayenne was originally a key city in the Dutch Caribbean colony, designed as an administrative center, so, compared to other colonies, it's much more prosperous. Unfortunately, compared to Manhattan, Cayenne is like a small village. After being accustomed to the prosperity of Manhattan, arriving in Cayenne suddenly felt like being in a rural village. On the street, Zhao Hongyu saw mostly foreign trade and indigenous people with skin colors different from those of the Indians. These natives had blue tattoos on their faces or had cylindrical ornaments pierced through their earlobes, making them look strangely large. On their shoulders were bunches of bananas, fishing nets, or woven rattan nets filled with gathered wild fruits. Blocked by soldiers on the street, each of them looked at Zhao Hongyu with deep curiosity in their eyes. Zhao Hongyu was sitting in a black carriage pulled by 4 horses. Across from him sat Chelsea, Emma, Sarah, Wang Shan, Anais, and others were in the carriage behind. Zhao Hongyu had deliberately chosen to sit with Chelsea because he had many questions. Wooden European-style buildings lined the streets, occasionally with stone structures. But the cross symbol atop the building told Zhao Hongyu what it was. Most of the residents were simple wooden huts constructed with formwork, mostly inhabited by indigenous people. During the Dutch rule, the indigenous people's lives were far from satisfactory, burdened by numerous taxes. Now under imperial rule, life has become much easier for them. The empire only imposes a few taxes, and once paid, they never have to pay again. This has significantly lightened the burden on the indigenous peoples, and they have a positive impression of the empire. Furthermore, the imperial soldiers are fair in their dealings, unlike the Dutch who would eat without paying and even assault people. This shows that the empire is indeed much stronger than the Dutch. Therefore, the indigenous people quickly accepted imperial rule. It was also because of this that order and the economy in the various colonies gradually recovered. Furthermore, after the empire gained hegemony, goods from Manhattan began to flow in continuously. These daily necessities, as well as various vegetables and spices, immediately captivated the indigenous peoples. No matter how you look at it, being ruled by the empire is better than being ruled by the Dutch. Chelsea, The natives here don't harbor any ill will toward the empire, do they? Zhao Hongyu asked softly, slowly retracting his gaze. Your Highness, the natives here are even more barbaric than the Indians, but they're also more innocent. As long as you don't bully them to death, they won't do anything detrimental to the empire. During his time in Cayenne, Chelsea had used various tactics to understand the natives' temperaments. Of course, he also interviewed many of the Dutch residents who had stayed in Cayenne. Through them, he learned the reasons for the decades of conflict between the Dutch and the natives. Overall, it's true that the natives here are more barbaric than the Indians of North America. Some tribes still practice cannibalism, something not practiced by the North American Indians. This also suggests that the natives here are relatively ignorant, while the Indians of North America are much more civilized. It's unclear if the Spanish interrupted the civilizational progress of the Mayans in the Caribbean, leading to the increasing barbarism of the natives here. In short, Chelsea believed the indigenous people here weren't as civilized as the Indians in North America. However, while the natives were quite barbaric, if you treated them with sincerity, they would be completely devoted to you. This was a common trait among all tribes on the American continent. Imperial soldiers were far superior to Dutch soldiers. Aside from patrols and night watches, they never bullied the indigenous people, which was truly unlike the Dutch. Think back to when the Dutch ruled Cayenne. Those Dutch soldiers bullied the indigenous people. In the eyes of the Dutch, there was no respect at all. The indigenous people were no fools, they could see that. But in the eyes of the imperial soldiers, it was different. You could see sincerity and respect in their eyes. Most importantly, you could truly feel that they treated you as a human being. In particular, an incident recently occurred in Cayenne that completely reaffirmed imperial rule among the indigenous people. A few nights ago, an indigenous home caught fire. Imperial soldiers risked their lives to rescue a family of 5 from the blaze, all witnessed directly by the onlookers. After rescuing the people, the soldiers saw that the natives were not seriously injured. Even though they were frightened, they didn't say anything, and they certainly didn't accept the gold gift offered by the natives. All of this led the natives to compare the empire with the Netherlands. Listening to Chelsea's words, Zhao Hongyu began to recall several films he had watched in his later life. Those films depicted many Caribbean natives. Of course, since they were made by Europeans, they certainly didn't portray the natives in a particularly positive light. Still, what was depicted in those films was largely true. Your Highness, strictly speaking, we should also be grateful to the Dutch and the Spanish. If it weren't for them, managing these natives wouldn't be so easy. Zhao Hongyu was distracted when he heard Chelsea's words, snapping back to his senses and looking at him curiously. Oh, what do you mean? Zhao Hongyu was intrigued. He didn't understand why Chelsea was talking about this. Why should they be grateful to the Dutch and the Spanish? It didn't make sense. Seeing the puzzled and curious look on Her Highness's face, Chelsea sat up straight and explained to Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, don't you notice any difference between the natives outside? Zhao Hongyu cast his gaze back out of the car. These natives seemed the same, nothing special. If there was any difference, it was only in their appearance and skin color. However, Chelsea must have a reason for saying so. What was it? Zhao Hongyu's eyes kept scanning the natives on the street. Suddenly, Zhao Hongyu seemed to understand something. While these natives still retained some indigenous features, their clothing had become largely European. There were still some emaciated natives on the streets, but they were few and far between. Meanwhile, some natives were setting up stalls and bargaining with customers. Zhao Hongyu even saw some natives using silver coins to make purchases. Could this be what Chelsea was talking about? Zhao Hongyu seemed to have grasped something. You mean, these indigenous people have begun to accept civilization? Zhao Hongyu paused, then looked at Chelsea and said, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. The Dutch are really weak. Chelsea pondered for a moment, then revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. Your Highness, you're right. These natives have embraced civilization. They've begun to become like people from civilized nations. While they still possess a certain barbarism at heart, under the guidance of the Dutch and Spanish, they've more or less learned some of the world-renowned rules, Chelsea spoke lightly, but Zhao Hongyu knew how much blood and tears the natives had shed. Indeed, what would have happened to the natives under Dutch and Spanish rule if they had embraced civilization? Kill. 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 This was the Spanish and Dutch's forte. Thanks to the Dutch and Spanish, these natives have embraced civilization, so our decree was easily understood by them. Otherwise, we would have had a much harder time, Chelsea said to Zhao Hongyu with a smile. When the Spanish arrived in the Caribbean, they suffered a great deal in dealing with these indigenous peoples. Zhao Hongyu naturally understood what Chelsea said. As someone from a later generation, how could he not know about this history? In fact, Chelsea had omitted one thing: the Portuguese. The Portuguese were the first nation to discover America, and they also exploited the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean. These white Europeans simply didn't treat the indigenous peoples as human beings. They used deception and lies to plunge these pitiful and innocent natives into a life of war. Meanwhile, these white Europeans profited immensely behind the scenes. Of course, the indigenous peoples were no fools. Eventually, they saw through the tricks of their supposedly good friends and united to resist these white Europeans. Portugal, at the time, had originally intended to deal with these indigenous people, but this was only prevented because Spain had annexed Portugal. However, the Portuguese's failure didn't matter. Ultimately, the Spanish succeeded the Portuguese and completed their unfinished work. Furthermore, they even exceeded their expectations, bringing down the vast Mayan Empire. Of course, the Mayan Empire collapsed for many reasons, and Spain was only one of them. Infighting, human sacrifices, and the sharp decline in military strength, coupled with the spread of plague, were the primary causes of the Mayan Empire's collapse. The Spanish, with only a few hundred men, could bring down an empire with a population of over 300,000. This is unbelievable. Most of the indigenous people living in Cayenne today have been baptized by European civilization and have a high degree of acceptance. Although they still retain some of their tribal customs and beliefs, they are actually world-renowned. This is very different from the indigenous people living in the jungle. After hearing Chelsea's words, Zhao Hongyu naturally understood. He really had to thank the Dutch and Spanish. It was they who, through their tactics and decades, assimilated these indigenous people. It was also thanks to them being the bad guys, otherwise, wouldn't he have to do the same thing himself? So, Chelsea was absolutely right. He should thank the Dutch and Spanish. However, the way to thank them was to drive them out of the Caribbean. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hongyu chuckled inwardly. You just said there are still some indigenous tribes in the jungle outside, and they haven't chosen to live in the city? Thinking of Chelsea's words, Zhao Hongyu frowned and asked. Chelsea nodded and replied, yes, compared to the natives in the city, the natives in the forest are much more barbaric. They still retain the custom of cannibalism, and some of their sacrificial rituals are extremely bloody, making them very difficult to manage. It seems that the Caribbean is about to develop slowly. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment. If what Chelsea said was true, then he might have to imitate the Spanish and Dutch and assimilate the natives through massacres in a short period of time. Zhao Hongyu truly couldn't stand the customs of cannibalism and human sacrifice. But he couldn't tell the tribes not to do so. Because how could he control their customs? But ignoring them was not an option either. In the end, conflict was inevitable. Given that, it depended on whether Zhao Hongyu could be ruthless enough. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's brow furrow slightly, Chelsea whispered, Your Highness, there's no need to fret over this. Those uncivilized natives outside are actually quite easy to deal with, as the natives in the city look down on them. So, if we make good use of them, we can achieve our goal of governing the natives with the natives. Wow, you've made some progress. You even know the concept of governing the natives with the natives. Zhao Hongyu looked at Chelsea. Feeling Zhao Hongyu's gaze, Chelsea felt a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head awkwardly, chuckling. Okay, you've even thought of this. Not bad. Zhao Hongyu finally understood that sometimes you just have to be a little tougher. He'd be leaving Cayenne anyway, so he could let Chelsea and the others do whatever they wanted. As long as there wasn't unrest here, it would be fine. He could just turn a blind eye. Since this method of the Dutch and Spanish was so effective, then it wouldn't matter if he inherited it, right? In this era, there was no United Nations, no internet, and no public criticism, so as long as I couldn't see it, everything would be fine. Crimes against humanity couldn't be pinned on me. The Spanish did it, the Dutch did it, so why couldn't I do it myself? Of course, I'd have to ask Wang Shan about this. After receiving Zhao Hongayu's praise, Chelsea said, "This idea wasn't mine, but the ideas of my lieutenants. I simply conveyed their ideas." "Your Highness's praise truly embarrasses me." Zhao Hongayu's eyes lit up. "What did your lieutenants mean?" Zhao Hongayu knew who Chelsea's lieutenants were. They were all imperial citizens of Chinese descent. Although Chelsea was now the commander of the Caribbean fleet, the political power in the Caribbean wasn't his. Furthermore, to guard against certain events, Chelsea's lieutenants and some of the lower-level fleet officers were all of Chinese descent. This prevented Chelsea from rebelling for personal gain. Zhao Hongayu's concern about Chelsea's proposed solution stemmed from the opinions of the Huaxia citizens. After all, if this were to happen in the future, it would be utterly inhumane. The indigenous people are still human beings. If the Karen Lan used the Spanish method, massacre would be inevitable, wouldn't it? But Chelsea said that this method was devised by her lieutenants, those of Huaxia descent. Doesn't this imply that the Xiaxia lieutenants actually have no aversion to killing? Zhao Hongai then changed the subject. After all, the problem in Cayenne wasn't just about the indigenous people. Seeing Zhao Hongayu's question, Chelsea naturally told Zhao Hongayu everything she knew, without holding back. "Your Highness, the climate here is good. When the Dutch ruled here, they used this place as a grain base, so we plan to inherit it and continue growing crops, while the Song Empire had no shortage of food, and even if it did, it could be purchased from the virtual world." Chelsea, as a European, especially one who had experienced starvation, was deeply obsessed with food. Zhao Hongayu could understand this. "Did the Dutch just grow food here?" Zhao Hongayu asked Chelsea, recalling the history in his mind. Chelsea shook her head and said, "Of course not. The Dutch also grew sugarcane here to make sugar. There are also tobacco fields cultivated by the Dutch. Most of Europe's tobacco and sugar comes from the Caribbean." Zhao Hongayu nodded secretly upon hearing this. Indeed, historically, Europeans did exactly that in the Caribbean. And the Caribbean climate is indeed suitable for growing these things. However, according to Chelsea, simply growing these things wouldn't be of much use to the empire. How could sugar be more valuable than refined sugar purchased from the virtual world? Tobacco is good, but the problem is that Europeans of this era didn't smoke as many as they would later. Therefore, the profits from tobacco weren't necessarily that great. "Your Highness, do you have any other ideas?" Chelsea asked quickly, noticing Zhao Hongayu's silence and a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, Zhao Hongayu certainly had other ideas. How many acres of fertile land did the Dutch leave behind here, and how many tobacco fields? Zhao Hongayu inquired. Chelsea replied, 100,000 acres of grain fields, 10,000 acres of tobacco fields, and a few other miscellaneous cornfields and cocoa groves. Cocoa. Zhao Hongai raised an eyebrow. Isn't that coffee? It's a good thing. Coffee in the Caribbean is a valuable commodity, and it will fetch a high price in the future. But from what Chelsea said, it seemed there wasn't much coffee. So, he probably couldn't count on it. And the grain and tobacco fields were too few. The Dutch were truly weak. After ruling Cayenne for so many years, they'd reclaimed so little land. Their own land in the Americas exceeded 10 million acres. Zhao Hongai had really misjudged the Dutch? He hadn't considered the population of Cayenne and the various situations the Dutch faced. Your Highness, we've arrived at the governor's palace. At this moment, the carriage slowly stopped. The group has arrived at the governor mansion, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users please go to read the novel website. Chapter 494 Oriental Passengers on the Dutch Ship. Your Highness, we plan to reclaim more fertile land for growing grain and vegetables after a while. There's plenty of land here, but much of it remains undeveloped. It's clear the Dutch haven't made good use of Cayenne's land. Inside the governor mansion, the Chinese-born governor-general in charge of the colony was giving Zhao Hongai a work report. As a military officer, Chelsea had naturally been retained. Although he wasn't involved in government affairs, his status was still there, so it made sense for him to stay and listen. The climate here is excellent, and the wild fruit resources are abundant. If we can make good use of them, we'll have another fruit-producing region, and it's also pollution-free. The young Chinese-born governor-general winked at Zhao Hongai. There was another implication behind these words, and Zhao Hongai understood it. These high-ranking geneticists knew that their majesty possessed a powerful cheating device. If used effectively, the profits could be enormous. Otherwise, Zhao Hongai wouldn't have been able to build such a vast empire and conquer such a vast territory in just over 2 years. Now, he's almost even controlling the entire Americas. This shows just how crucial this god-defying cheat is. Unlike other countries, those countries not only consume the materials and goods they produce themselves, but also sell them to other countries to earn the money they need. The problem is, most countries today have either insufficient resources or are struggling for various reasons. The Song Empire is different. Thanks to Zhao Hongai's god-defying cheat, there's no need to worry about overproduction. He can simply sell these materials to the virtual world. And once there, Zhao Hongai can use the coins he earns to purchase the high-tech products he needs to develop his empire in the 17th century. This is something no other country in this era can match. The grain, fruit, and even vegetables produced here are in high demand in the virtual world. The reason is simple: environmental pollution. Even the free-range cattle, sheep, and penned pigs on Manhattan Island. This allowed them to fetch a good price. Because the situation in the virtual world was identical to Zhao Hongai's future, Zhao Hongai and his team didn't have to worry about their output becoming a backlog or going unsold. Such a situation simply wouldn't occur. Therefore, when it came to development, the empire's administrators were always bold. After hearing the administrator's development plan, Zhao Hongai nodded and said, "You guys can make the decision on this matter. I'm a hands-off manager, as you all know. I only care about the results. As for the process, I'll leave it to you to figure out. The climate here is truly wonderful, though. If you can truly utilize it, I think the output here will be substantial." Zhao Hongai genuinely didn't want to interfere with their plans. After all, as the crown prince and de facto ruler of an empire, he couldn't possibly do everything himself. If that were the case, what would Wang Shan and the others do? Besides, he wasn't Superman. If he had to do everything himself, he'd probably be exhausted to death. A vast empire, with countless decisions and tasks to complete, is a staggering number. Zhao Hongai still wanted to live 2 more years and didn't want to die so young. For Zhao Hongai, all he needed was to control the overall direction. He could let his subordinates handle the rest. This way, he could worry less and his subordinates could get things done more easily. Therefore, after hearing Zhao Hongai's words, the Chinese-American governor standing opposite him smiled and nodded, agreeing. Then, under his leadership and greetings, a banquet began, dividing line. Just as the banquet was being held to welcome Zhao Hongai to Cayenne, a warship flying the Dutch flag entered the Caribbean Sea. This Dutch dual-purpose merchant warship had diverted directly from the east coast of Africa and had not returned to Europe. Therefore, they were still unaware that the Caribbean had a new ruler. To them, the southern Caribbean was still Dutch territory. In fact, the ship looked no different from any other Dutch merchant ship. However, on the deck, there was a figure who stood out from the crowd, making this ship seem a little different. On the deck, a tall, robed man with black hair and dark eyes was tied to a pole. It was obvious that this man looked very different from the others. "You red-haired devils, you shall die a miserable death. Even as a ghost, I, Liu Dabi, will not let you go. Come on, give me a quick death. If you're a man, don't be so ruthless." A string of Oriental words emanated from the man's mouth. He was indeed an Oriental. As expected, a long scar ran across his face, giving him a fierce look. No wonder he called himself Liu Dabi. But this was a Dutch ship. How did an Oriental end up on a Dutch ship, and how did he end up being transported from the east to the Caribbean by the Dutch? And judging by his current situation, it was clear that he wasn't doing well. It was likely that this guy had angered the Dutch, otherwise he wouldn't have been tied to the pole. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The scorching heat of the sun shone on the sea, making it far from pleasant. Anyone who's been out at sea knows that sunbathing is definitely not a good thing. Liu Dabi's lips were already chapped from the sun, and his voice was starting to crack. "Son, stop acting on your impulses. If these red-haired devils really kill someone, what will I, your father, do?" Suddenly, someone shouted from somewhere on the deck. A Dutch sailor walked to the center of the deck. He stopped at a spot secured by an iron bar and shouted in a strangely distorted Chinese dialect, "Stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I'll throw you all into the sea." Ugh! Liu Dabi, perched on the pole, had fainted from the sun, so his curses ceased. The man imprisoned in the cabin below, after hearing the Dutchman's words, fell silent. Satisfied that the men had stopped talking, the Dutch sailor left. "Old man, Where are these red-haired devils taking us? Beneath the iron bars was a slave hold. Within this hold, at least 200 people, dressed in rags, with pale complexions, black hair, and dark pupils, were held. If Zhao Hongai were here, hearing their language and the way they dressed and styled their hair, he would surely know where they came from. Yes, these people were the people of the Eastern Ming dynasty. However, for some unknown reason, they ended up on a Dutch ship and were held captive here. Furthermore, there's no historical record of Orientals being trafficked to America. Of course, this refers to the 17th century. By the 19th century, this account had ceased to exist. During the late Qing dynasty, the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing. And during the Taiping Rebellion, many Orientals were sold to America to build railroads. But during this era, there were no reports of Chinese being brought to America. The reason was simple: bringing people from the East was far less convenient than from Africa. Not only was the journey east far, but it also took a long time. Furthermore, no one knew what price the Orientals could fetch. Furthermore, the East at this time was far from as weak as it had been at the end of the Qing dynasty. Although the Ming dynasty had begun to decline, it was no longer something Europeans could bully. Furthermore, the pirates along the eastern coast were beyond the Europeans' ability to deal with. Therefore, it was simply unrealistic for Europeans to recruit people from the Ming dynasty, as they had done in Africa. Furthermore, the potential for profit was unrealistic, which is why such a move never occurred in history. But the problem was that there were people from the Eastern Ming dynasty aboard the Dutch ship. This was a rather intriguing situation. The conversation in the cabin continued as Liu Daba, sunburned from the pole, was lowered by the Dutch and thrown back in. Liu Daba's reaction indicated that he was in very poor condition. After being exposed to the sun, he was severely dehydrated. Even if he was in good physical condition, no one could say for sure whether he would survive. Master Wang, think of a solution. Can we survive? Give me some advice. In the darkness, a group of people gathered in the cabin. It was clear that they were led by a man over 50, looking very old. Master Wang, the skinny old man surrounded by the crowd, shuddered when he heard the question from the man next to him. Honestly, whether they could survive, and where the Dutch were taking them, were questions he couldn't answer. Their lives now lay in the hands of the Dutch, so what could he, as one of them, say? It's hard to say. Master Wang sighed deeply. Perhaps these Dutch don't want to kill us. Otherwise, why would they have brought us all this way? Thinking back on their experiences, Master Wang felt a little hopeful. Yes, the Dutch hadn't killed them. It was clear they had some value. Perhaps they would be taken to forced labor somewhere, or perhaps sold to another country. Annan, Siam, or perhaps the South China Sea countries? How many days have we been at sea? Master Wang asked gravely. Someone immediately replied, 5 months and 18 days in total. I've been counting. Everyone fell silent. Yes, 5 months and 18 days, trapped in the darkness of the ship, aimlessly wandering. What exactly were these Dutch planning? No one understood. If they wanted to kill them, the Dutch had plenty of ways and opportunities at sea. They could simply tie them up and throw them into the sea, and they would be dead, with no hope of survival. But the Dutch didn't do that. If they were to sell them, they couldn't have stayed at sea for so long. Given the time, whether they were heading to Annan, Japan, Siam, or the South China Sea countries, they would have arrived long ago. Could it be? Master Wang thought of another possibility, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted. Father, Liu Daba's awake. Ouch! Liu Dabi had been cared for since he was thrown in. Now that he'd woken up, someone immediately whispered to Master Wang. From this perspective, Liu Dabi held a high position among these people. Master Wang regained his composure and groped his way through the darkness to where Liu Dabi was. He's not in good condition. He's very hot, a young man who was caring for him whispered to Master Wang as he approached. Master Wang nodded and looked intently. Liu Dabi, waking up, opened his dry, cracked lips. Damn it! Did the red-haired man throw me into the sea? Apparently, he thought the Dutch had already dealt with him. Master Wang hurriedly said, Boss Liu, get some rest. Don't fight the Reds. Our lives are in their hands now. Think carefully. They clearly don't want us to die. This way, we have a chance to survive. Only by surviving can we have a chance for revenge. Master Wang's words made Liu Daba's eyes flicker in the darkness. Survive. Revenge. Zhang Xilan, If that bastard hadn't colluded with the Reds and the Portuguese, how could our brothers have ended up like this? Liu Daba's voice was filled with hatred. However, due to the long period of exposure to the sun, his physical condition was not very good. Therefore, he spoke weakly, lacking any momentum. But from his words, it was clear that these Orientals imprisoned in the cabin were all harmed by a man named Zhang Zilan. The young man tending to Liu Dabi lifted his head and placed it on his lap, making it more comfortable. He then spoke, "Boss, Master Wang is right. The red-haired devils aren't the same as usual. If they'd caught us under normal circumstances, they'd have thrown us into the sea or hanged us. They wouldn't have kept us alive for this long. So, I think they don't want us to die, so we have a chance to survive." Through the iron-barred window not far above, a sliver of sunlight filtered through. The young man tending to Liu Dabi was quite young, perhaps 15 or 16 in later times. "As long as we survive, we have a chance. We can get revenge." Master Wang sighed inwardly after hearing the young man's words. He thought, "I hope it's not what I think it is. If that's the case, while we might survive, it would definitely be worse than death. As for revenge, forget it." Master Wang was thinking that these red-haired devils might be taking them back to Europe. Otherwise, the ship wouldn't have been at sea for so long. To be continued. If you liked this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to readthenovel.com. Chapter 495, Leaving Cayenne. Zhao Hongyu and his group didn't stay long in Cayenne. About 3 days later, they set off again. They stopped in Cayenne because they wanted to learn more about the situation in the Caribbean. After hearing the news, Zhao Hongyu felt more confident and decided not to stay any longer. A mighty fleet of 72 warships left Cayenne's harbor. Gazing at the fleet's departure, Chelsea and the Chinese governor chatted for a while before each other's departure. They still had much to do, and Zhao Hongyu had assigned them their tasks before leaving. One day after the fleet left Cayenne, sailors on the lookout issued a warning, reporting that a Dutch-flagged warship had been sighted ahead. After all, since the Empire took control of the Caribbean, ships flying Spanish or Dutch flags have been completely eliminated. This wasn't just the case in the Caribbean, but even in Manhattan, North America. At this moment, a warship flying the Dutch flag appeared. What did this mean? Were the Dutch launching an attack on the Caribbean? But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. If the Dutch wanted to strike back and retake control of the Caribbean, they couldn't just send a single warship. Clearly, that was unrealistic. So, there was only one possibility. This Dutch warship was unaware of the changes taking place in the Caribbean. It still believed it was under Dutch control. This also meant it wasn't coming from Europe. The situation in the Caribbean was largely known to everyone in Europe. So, the only remaining possibility was that this Dutch warship had returned from India or the East. This was the only explanation for their presence in the Caribbean. After all, since the Empire took control of the Caribbean, Dutch and Spanish influence had ceased to exist. Due to the unrest in Europe, the Dutch had no time to consider their interests in the Caribbean. Therefore, it was impossible for them to mobilize warships to wage war against the Empire. They haven't even dealt with the Church Alliance yet they're simultaneously going to war with the Empire in the Caribbean. It makes no sense. The Dutch aren't fools. They wouldn't be so foolish as to split their forces. Currently, the Dutch and their allies, as part of the Protestant Alliance, are at a disadvantage in the Netherlands. If the Dutch were to foolishly split their forces and start a war with the Empire, what would happen to Europe? It's obvious. The Tulip. That's the name of the Dutch warship. Captain, there are a large number of warships ahead. Should we take cover? Zhao Hongyu and his men spotted the Dutch warship, and the Dutch warships also spotted them. After all, there's no shelter at sea, and both sides have telescopes. What flag are they flying? The 5-star red flag? Looks like the flag of the Song Empire. Phew. The Tulip's captain breathed a sigh of relief after receiving this answer. If they weren't pirates, then everything was fine. He knew about the Song Empire. He had been one of the first to go to Manhattan to trade when trade first began. So, he knew a little about the Song Empire. It was just that, back then, the Song Empire didn't have so many warships. He had traveled to the east for some reason. Now, after returning, he was surprised to see the Song Empire possess such a vast fleet. But thinking back, the Song Empire was rumored to be very powerful, so possessing a powerful fleet wasn't all that surprising. With this thought, the captain of the Tulip relaxed a bit. "It's a Song Empire warship, not a pirate," the captain shouted. The nervous sailors relaxed a bit. You know, encountering other warships at sea in the 17th century wasn't necessarily a good thing. Merchant ships at that time often played two roles: legitimate merchants, and pirates out to kill and rob. Everyone knew the profits were huge, so many merchants didn't mind playing pirates when the time came. After all, in this era, people only cared about gold and silver. Morality and the like were long forgotten. Even if God stood before them, they couldn't stop their obsession with the gold and silver. "Captain, how come we haven't heard of the Song Empire? What kind of country is it?" Not every sailor on the Tulip knew about the Song Empire. The Song Empire is rumored to be very powerful and have a large population, but from what I've heard, they have a lot of goods, even precious spices and ceramics. Hiss. As people returning from the East, they certainly knew how valuable spices and ceramics were. So, when the Tulip captain said this, those standing around him couldn't help but gasp. The people of the Song Empire look just like those of the Ming dynasty in the East. I hear they've lived there for hundreds of years, but for some special reason, they came to the American continent and established roots there. The captain wanted to show off. After all, he had been to Manhattan before, so he knew some of the information deliberately spread by the Empire. "No wonder you're keeping those Ming people, Captain. Are you planning to sell them to the Song Empire?" One clever fellow, thinking of the Ming people imprisoned on his ship, asked tentatively. The captain chuckled. "I do have that plan, but I'm not sure. Since they all look the same, I think the Song Empire should be able to offer a good price." As expected, the captain of the Tulip had such an idea. However, this also shows that the Ming people he captured were lucky. It was precisely because of this that they survived. Otherwise, they would have been thrown overboard. Of course, even so, during the months-long voyage, many people died or were thrown overboard due to illness. This was unavoidable. This was the 17th century, far from the more civilized era of later generations. But even in the 21st century, there are many dark sides beneath the sun. It's just that no one knows or reports it to you. The world is far less beautiful than imagined. "Captain, should we take the guy down from the pole?" a trusted aide to the Tulip captain whispered. The captain turned and looked up. Behind him, beneath the main mast of the battleship, hung an unconscious man. This man was none other than Liu Dabi, who had suffered this same punishment not long ago. It was unknown why Liu Dabi had been treated this way again, hanging from the pole. He was already extremely weak, and now, after this treatment by the Dutch, he was on the verge of death. If it weren't for this guy's naturally strong constitution, anyone else would have been dead long ago. Even so, Liu Dabi's condition wasn't much better. "No, that's all. The people of the Song Empire are quite reasonable. I've met them and I know them. It looks like these Song Empire warships may have just traded with the colonies. I wonder where they're headed now," the captain of the Tulip muttered to himself. He'd mistaken Zhao Hongayu's crew for a fleet trading with the Dutch colonies in the Caribbean. He'd never imagined the Dutch no longer had a foothold in the Caribbean. But he couldn't be blamed for that. After all, communications were underdeveloped in that era. It was impossible for him in the East to understand this. Furthermore, the current situation in the Caribbean was only known to those in Europe. The colonies in Africa and India were still unaware. Across from him, Zhao Hongayu, after receiving the briefing, came onto the deck and took a look through his monocular. A Dutch warship, apparently unaware that the Caribbean Sea has changed hands, Wang Shan, standing beside Zhao Hongayu, echoed, "Indeed. If they knew, they certainly wouldn't have dared come. You know, ever since we took control of the Caribbean, the Dutch and Spanish haven't dared to show up. Even if there are Dutch or Spanish merchant ships, they mostly fly French or Portuguese flags." While the Dutch government was furious that the empire had seized its Caribbean colonies without declaring war, they were now mired in the war in the Netherlands. Therefore, they simply didn't have the resources to retake the Caribbean from the empire. Therefore, the Dutch government declared that no merchant ships were allowed to trade with the Song Empire. However, this decree was merely a formality, and no one took it seriously. Privately, many Dutch merchants still came to Manhattan to do business. However, for security reasons, most of these Dutch merchants flew the Portuguese and French flags on their warships, keeping their own national flags hidden. Zhao Hongayu and his men were well aware of this. However, since these people could bring them huge profits, there was no reason for them to leave. So, everyone turned a blind eye and let it go. Besides, these people were honest and did not cause any trouble. Therefore, Zhang Tai, as the highest military and political commander in Manhattan, also acquiesced to this matter, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Mobile users, please go to read the novel website. Chapter 496, Encounter at Sea. The Dutch flew the flags of other nations. The Spanish were no better. The Spanish were now considered stateless. A once vast empire had been defeated and divided by Portugal and France. Consequently, the merchants of the former Spanish Empire all flew the flags of Portugal and France. Under the banner of citizens under Portuguese and French rule, they continued to trade with Manhattan. Unlike the noble lords, these merchants didn't care who ruled whom, they only cared about continuing to trade and make money. After all, the goods produced in Manhattan fetched huge profits once shipped to Europe or Arabia. Previously, the commodities were limited to grain and ceramics. But after more than 2 years of development, Manhattan's merchandise had diversified. Fine iron armor and weapons, along with the renowned 13 spices, were now major commodities. The 13 spices and armor and weapons, in particular, could fetch profits in Europe and the Arab world that even exceeded those from ceramics and grain. How could merchants, so obsessed with money, abandon a commercial hub like Manhattan? It was simply impossible. Zhao Hongayu's fleet maintained its speed, unfazed by the sudden appearance of a Dutch warship. After all, the enemy only had one warship. While the Dutch were somewhat nervous, the sight of the 5 elements red flag seemed to convince them that the Song Empire wasn't as shabby as the Europeans. Besides, the two sides were so close now. If the Song Empire truly had any plans, they wouldn't be able to escape, right? So, it would be wise to be manly and simply charge right through the fleet. As the two fleets drew closer, the captain of the Golden Tulip, observing the Song Empire fleet through a telescope on the deck, grew increasingly serious. My God! What kind of warship is this? It's a leviathan of the sea. The densely packed gun ports were enough to demonstrate the terrifying nature of these warships. And the number of guns they possessed was simply too much. Even our own Tulip only had 21 guns. But any single enemy ship possessed over 60. The Tulip's captain observed carefully. Zhao Hongayu's copycat frigates boasted over 70 guns, an impressive feat for the era. Not to mention the 108-gun configuration of a heavy battleship. No wonder the Tulip's captain was so stunned after seeing the fleet's warships. Combat with such a fleet would be an absolute nightmare. The Tulip's captain slowly lowered his telescope and pondered. When he first encountered Manhattan, it didn't even have such a massive fleet. He'd only been away for over a year, and yet Manhattan already possessed such a formidable fleet. This showed just how powerful the Song Empire truly was. Furthermore, he suspected this fleet was merely a small part of the fleet. If all the warships under the Empire's command were like this, then how powerful would the Song Empire's navy truly be? The thought sent the captain's heart pounding. Fighting such a fleet would be an absolute nightmare. If given the choice, he absolutely wouldn't engage it. It would be tantamount to courting death. He had already begun to harbor the thought of not engaging the Imperial fleet. It was, after all, simply because the Imperial fleet looked too formidable. The European scoundrels of that era had never seen the world. Before Zhao Hongyu and his men arrived, the most powerful European warships at sea only boasted 24 guns, but that was already impressive. But after Zhao Hongyu and his men's warships suddenly appeared, they shocked the Europeans. In this era, naval warfare, regardless of tactics, relied on the strength of ships and the power of artillery. The side with the largest fleet and the most artillery had a greater chance of victory. On the other hand, the side with the fewest warships and the least artillery was a difficult one to predict. Therefore, the shock the Song Empire's warships had on the Europeans was absolutely immense. Furthermore, after the series of naval battles during the Caribbean campaign, intelligence about the Song Empire's warships had already spread to Europe. Their high-speed and long-range guns. These two features alone made the Europeans realize the Imperial Empire's warships' formidable capabilities. Not to mention the shoulder-fired, disposable rocket launchers they possessed when approaching. These were truly devastating weapons in naval warfare. The enemy couldn't get close. Furthermore, their artillery had a long range. They could rely on their own speed to control the distance and tempo of the battle, keeping the enemy within range. It was a completely one-sided battle, and anyone who encountered the Song Empire's fleet would likely face a similar situation, without exception. Furthermore, Many survivors of the final, unusual naval engagement during the Song Empire's Caribbean campaign returned to Europe, sharing their personal experiences. This was how combat was then. If one couldn't match the range of the Song Empire's artillery and the speed of their warships, then there was no point in provoking the Song Empire. This was the advice of the survivors. As for those who suggested closing in quickly and employing boarding tactics, the survivors were completely dismissive. Such methods had already proven to be completely ineffective. Therefore, in the eyes of those Europeans, the Song Empire fleet had become synonymous with both power and mystery. Although the men aboard the Tulip didn't know this, they were nonetheless understandably stunned upon seeing the warships under the Song Empire's command. So many guns, what a spectacle a salvo would have been. One sailor licked his dry lips and muttered. Under such an artillery barrage, few warships would have been able to escape. In a large-scale naval battle, the sailor, having spoken, trailed off at this point. Indeed, it wasn't difficult for them to imagine such a scenario. A warship, sideways, had at least 30 guns on each side. And that was just the number of guns on a single ship. Dozens of such ships would have thousands of guns. Thousands of cannons firing simultaneously. How could sailors who had spent their years at sea not know the impact this could have on a naval battle? So powerful, the Song Empire. This was the thought that swirled in the minds of everyone aboard the Tulip. Slowly, Zhao Hongyu and his fleet approached the Tulip. Warship after warship passed by the Tulip. The shock from a distance was far less intense than the shock from close-up. The tall hull, inlaid with iron plates, demonstrated the warship's formidable defensive capabilities. Its height also indicated that engaging in boarding battle would not be easy. The dense array of gun barrels had already been opened. Their massive muzzles demonstrated their undeniable power. Zhao Hongyu's flagship was midship, so it had not yet passed the Tulip. However, the three heavy battleships had already caught the Dutch aboard the Tulip's attention. Your Highness, there seems to be a man tied to that Dutch warship. He doesn't look European. Previously, because the distance was quite far, even with a telescope, Zhao Hongyu couldn't see clearly. But now that the two sides were very close, Liu Dabi, tied to the Tulip, inevitably came under their observation. The first to notice this was the genetically modified sailor on the observation deck. Liu Dabi's appearance was very different, and he immediately had an idea. His black hair and clothing were clearly not European, African, or even Indian in style. Instead, he gave off a familiar vibe. Subsequently, the warships that passed close to the Tulip also sent their messages via flag signals. Stop this Dutch ship. Zhao Hongyu picked up the telescope and studied it carefully for a while. Veins popped out on his forehead. This time, he could see clearly. The man tied to the pole was clearly an Oriental. Judging from his clothing, this Oriental was very likely from the Ming dynasty. Chinese blood. How did they end up on a Dutch ship? Zhao Hongyu's heart stirred. He suppressed his anger. When he saw the man tied to the pole and confirmed his identity, as a member of the Chinese ethnic group, he was instantly enraged. However, he quickly suppressed his anger. A series of questions arose. Remember, this is still the Caribbean. And in this era, trading slaves from the Ming dynasty was clearly unprofitable. So, the presence of Orientals on this Dutch warship was a bit illogical. Captain, what are they doing? The Song Empire warship slowly stopped, opened its gun ports, and pointed its guns at the Tulip. At the same time, the genetically modified sailors on the deck rested their flintlock rifles on the railings and pointed them at the Tulip, causing those on board to feel uneasy. It's unlikely they're robbing us. With such a large fleet, there's no profit in robbing us. The Tulip's captain was also terrified, but he couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. Because the black muzzle of the cannon was too scary. Captain, there's a warship approaching over there. They seem to be trying to board our warship. At this time, a confidant behind the Tulip captain nudged him and said to him. Then, everyone looked in the direction of the guy's finger and saw a Song Empire warship approaching the preparation. Long wooden planks were laid out on the other side's deck, and grappling hooks were prepared, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Mobile users, please go to Read the Novel Network. Chapter 497. They are Eastern pirates. Surrounded by the ferocious Imperial fleet, the sailors aboard the Tulip naturally dared not act rashly. They understood the consequences of any action. These men were no fools, they knew their course of action. Therefore, the Tulip remained extremely docile after being surrounded. Even after an imperial warship approached and the soldiers boarded the Tulip, they remained silent. A Chinese translator boarded the Tulip, shouting in halting Dutch. His repetitive words were merely warnings like "don't move." The Dutch were actually most intimidated by the surrounding black cannon muzzles and the muskets and bayonets of the genetically modified soldiers. "We're just ordinary merchants. We mean absolutely no harm." "Is this some misunderstanding?" The Tulip's captain, hands raised, loudly defended himself. "Yes, everything was fine before this incident suddenly occurred. It must have been a misunderstanding. Could it be that the Dutch, disguised as pirates, attacked the Song Empire's fleet? Such a thing is quite possible." The Tulip's captain, while loudly defending himself, was secretly speculating. To his surprise, no one paid any attention. A geneticist, seemingly a non-commissioned officer, approached the stocks and sized up the unconscious Liu Dabur. His dark complexion, dark pupils, and typical Huaxia features, his flimsy clothing unmistakably Ming Dynasty style, made him look very grim. The geneticist's expression suddenly darkened. The Song Empire's navy was full of angry young men. While they didn't fully appreciate the Ming Dynasty of their time, they did have a grudging acceptance of the common people under the Ming Emperor's rule. Simply because they all had Huaxia blood coursing through their veins. Now, seeing a man of Chinese descent on a Dutch warship, it's no wonder he was being mistreated so harshly. The officer's face grimaced. "We're all honest merchants. This man is an Eastern pirate. Yes, a pirate. We captured them in a firefight with them. They're our captives." The Tulip's captain, of course, saw the officer's expression, and his heart was in turmoil. It looked like he had to avoid giving them the wrong impression. "You know, these Ming people and the Chinese gentlemen of the Song Empire look exactly the same. It would be disastrous if they misunderstood these prominent figures as Song Empire patrons." So, he had no choice but to reveal Liu Daba's identity. A Ming pirate. The interpreter's cheeks trembled at the Tulip captain's words. He then approached the officer and spoke to him in Chinese. "This Dutchman says the guy tied to the pole, exposed to the sun, is a pirate from the Ming Dynasty. He was defeated and captured in a firefight with pirates. Do you think this is true?" Upon hearing the translator's words, the non-commissioned officer like Chinese-born geneticist frowned. "Ming Dynasty pirates, and prisoners. What are these Dutch planning? You know, it's a long voyage from the east to the Caribbean." Clearly, the non-commissioned officer like geneticist was overthinking it. "Who knows what the Dutch are planning, but since we've seen it, we can't just ignore it. He's Chinese, too. He has Chinese blood in him. Help! Help!" The two men were conversing when suddenly, a deafening cry erupted from below. It turned out that the two men were talking right in the middle of the deck. Next to them was the small iron bar encircling the area. Their conversation was overheard by the imprisoned Ming pirates below. When they heard the Chinese language, they were incredibly excited. Although these people spoke a little differently than the Ming Dynasty, it didn't stop them from understanding clearly. This was a great opportunity. Regardless of who was there, they had to shout first. What if it was one of their own? Would that mean they were saved? Furthermore, the pirates suspected that the red-haired demons had been leading them around the Ming Dynasty and hadn't strayed far. Otherwise, how could they hear the Chinese language here? Old Master Wang, one of the pirates, had already suspected that the red-haired demons were taking them to Europe. Therefore, the pirates were deeply depressed. Every one of them knew that if they reached the red-haired demon's homeland, they would be doomed. It was precisely for this reason that Liu Dabur became agitated once again. Having just recovered a little, he took advantage of the other party delivering food to them and knocked out a red-haired demon. Unfortunately, they had been trapped in the cabin below deck for too long, and coupled with lack of nutrition, they were no match for the Dutch. Therefore, their rebellion was quickly suppressed. Liu Dabur, the leader, naturally returned to sunbathing. Despair. At that moment, the pirates were completely despairing. But now, they saw hope. "Help! We are the subordinates of King Li Hai. If you can rescue us, we will repay you with all our heart." What the hell? Who was King Li Hai? He had never heard of him. The interpreter and the genetic person who looked like a non-commissioned officer were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. From the shouting, they could tell that this Dutch ship was definitely not just a Chinese person tied to a pole. They immediately followed the source of the sound and found where they were being held. "What's going on?" Veins popped out of the genetic officer's forehead as he gazed at the emaciated, ragged pirates imprisoned in the hold. "Sir, I guarantee they are not from the Song Empire. They were captured after we defeated them in Ming waters." The Tulip's captain could clearly see the murderous intent on the officer's face. Resistance was a distant thought. The bayonets and muskets of the surrounding Song Empire soldiers were no mere decoration. Any move from their side would have them falling to the ground. "Ming Dynasty pirates, how did you get to the Caribbean?" The genetic officer was deeply curious. Not far away, Zhao Hongayu's flagship slowly approached. On the deck, Zhao Hongayu, telescope in hand, kept an eye on the situation. Through the telescope, it looked as if the genetic bosun, who had boarded the Dutch warship, had discovered something. This intrigued Zhao Hongayu. Soon, news reached him. On that Dutch ship, hundreds of pirates from the Ming Dynasty were being held captive. Holy shit! When Zhao Hongayu heard this, he instinctively cursed. He wondered how these Ming Dynasty pirates could be on a Dutch ship, transported to the Caribbean by the Dutch. This was clearly a losing proposition for the Dutch. He couldn't figure it out, truly couldn't figure it out. With this question, Zhao Hongayu became intensely curious about the pirates on the Dutch ship. So, at his urging, the Sea King approached. The massive Sea King was 4 times the size of the Tulip, more than twice as tall as the hull itself. As the Sea King approached, the Dutch felt a distinct sense of pressure. It felt as if the sky had been obscured, a shadow descending, as if they were being devoured by a giant sea monster. Of course, this was just a description of their feelings at the time. The Sea King was no deep-sea monster. However, one thing was certain, any warship facing the Sea King would be utterly destroyed. It was almost like being devoured by a monster. As the Sea King approached, a long plank of wood was lowered, forming a small slope. A group of tall, powerful, and formidable-looking guards in red platoon uniforms descended first. The genetically modified soldiers guarding the Dutch sailors suddenly grew more nervous and serious. They tightened their muskets and bayonets, signaling that someone important was about to appear. The Dutch could sense the Song Empire soldiers' nervousness and vigilance. Naturally, they became more obedient. The bayonets, caught in the sunlight, continuously reflected a blinding cold light. This thing was no joke. A stab to the body would definitely be unpleasant. Everyone on the Tulip was cornered. Surrounding them were heavily armed, vigilant genetic soldiers. Any attempt by them would be suppressed instantly. Seeing the royal guards approach the ship and establish several cordons, the interpreter and a non-commissioned officer-like geneticist quickly approached. "Your Highness," Zhao Hongayu stepped down from the wooden planks, followed by Wang Shan and another group of royal guards. Emma, Sarah, and Anais, along with several other girls, lay on the high deck of the Sea Monarch, half their faces exposed. Zhao Hongayu only brought Wang Shan aboard the Tulip, leaving the girls on board. This served as a form of protection. Should anything arise, he would be able to take care of them. While the girls were curious about what was happening here, they also understood that sometimes they had to obey. "Your Highness, something has happened here." Zhao Hongayu and Wang Shan stepped onto the deck of the Tulip, and the interpreter and the bosun quickly approached. "What's going on? Is that person on the pole from the Ming Dynasty? And the flag signals just now said that other Ming people have appeared here." The genetic figure who looked like a non-commissioned officer was the bosun of another warship. He nodded and replied, "Yes, I've observed that it's a famous person. And the captain of this ship just said that these people were captured after they encountered pirates in the Ming Dynasty and defeated them." This was all told to him by the translator. After all, he couldn't understand Dutch. Zhao Hongayu tilted his head slightly and looked at the translator. "That's right, Your Highness. That's what the person just said." As he spoke, the translator raised his hand and pointed at the captain of the Tulip. "Bring that guy here. I want to question him personally." At Zhao Hongayu's signal, the captain of the Tulip was brought before him. This was definitely a noble. He had to be careful not to anger him. If he did, his life might be in jeopardy. As the genetically engineered soldiers brought him in, the captain of the Tulip was already making his own calculations. The sheer scale of the situation, the vigilance of the surrounding Song Empire soldiers, and the spirit of the guards surrounding Zhao Hongayu made it clear he was no ordinary man. Zhao Hongayu didn't have to worry about a language barrier with his captain. After all, the space-time trader not only enabled him to trade with incredible speed, but also provided him with a language cheat. Thanks to this cheat, he could converse with any race in the world without worrying about a language barrier. Otherwise, Zhao Hongayu wouldn't have been able to blend in with the Indians so quickly, would he? Zhao Hongayu looked at the uneasy, even somewhat restrained Dutchman, and hesitated to ask. Under his gaze, the tulip captain grew increasingly uneasy. After a long pause, Zhao Hongyu finally spoke. "You said all those on your ship are Eastern pirates." The captain felt a wave of relief as Zhao Hongyu spoke. To be honest, during the time that Zhao Hongyu was staring at him, he felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. This feeling made him very strange. Perhaps, this is the coercive aura of the superiors and people's common sense. He was secretly thinking about it in his heart at the time. Now, as soon as Zhao Hongyu opened his mouth, the pressure became a little smaller. He cheered up and replied, "Yes, these people are pirates from the East." After hearing the other party's answer, Zhao Hongyu continued to ask, "The East is a long voyage from here to the Caribbean Sea. Since they are pirates, why did you bring them here? Is there anything worth exploiting on them?" Zhao Hongyu was very curious about this. And in response to Zhao Hongyu's question, the captain of the Tulip gave an honest answer. Novel Network. Chapter 498. We are all Chinese blood, save us. Liu Dabi and his men were originally under the command of Li Xiang, who commanded the southeastern waters of the Ming dynasty. Last winter, Li Xiang and Zhang Zilin engaged in a fierce naval battle between Taiwan and Japan in the southeastern waters, vying for maritime supremacy. Both sides, with the participation of Japanese, Dutch, and Portuguese forces, and their own troops engaged in fierce fighting, ultimately ended in Li Xiang's defeat. Although Li Xiang suffered a defeat, his strength remained intact. Thus, Zhang Zilin's attempts to expand his victory were merely to enhance his reputation. Furthermore, Zhang Zilin's victory in the naval battle was also due to the assistance of the Portuguese and Dutch. Li Xiang lost a significant number of men in the battle, some of whom were captured by the Dutch and Portuguese. Liu Dabi and his men were among these captives. However, most of the captives were either slaughtered or sold into forced labor elsewhere. Only Liu Dabi and his men were lucky enough to be spared by the Dutch captain, who intended to sell them to America. If not for this, they wouldn't have survived until now. Even if they were sold into forced labor, their fate wouldn't have been much better. Once they were sent to the various small coal mines, they would still die within 6 months. The Tulip's captain was actually taking a gamble. After all, Liu Dabi and his men looked similar to those of the Song Empire. If they handled it well, they might even be able to fetch a high price. Of course, if they lost money, the worst that could happen was they would just stop doing it. After listening to the Tulip captain's story, Zhao Hongyu narrowed his eyes. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's silence across from him, a glint of light flashed in his half-closed eyes. The captain felt uneasy. He didn't know what this young man, seemingly a noble from the Song Empire, would say next. If this was a kill order, he would surely die here. "What's your offer?" Just as Zhao Hongyu was getting anxious, he finally spoke. The Tulip's captain was delighted, for he could tell from Zhao Hongyu's words that this Song Empire nobleman was clearly interested in purchasing these Ming Dynasty pirate captives. 20 livres, or Spanish gold coins. Of course, other currencies are also acceptable, sir, asshole. Are these people worth that much? Even those strong African slaves were worth only a dozen silver coins. You dare to sell these guys for 20 gold coins? Do you even know who you're talking to? Before Zhao Hongyu could say anything, Wang Shen berated the greedy Tulip captain. Sir, please calm your anger and resentment. I didn't ask for a random price, the Tulip's captain quickly explained. You know the distance from the east to the Caribbean, and to ensure these people don't die at sea, we've used a lot of water and food. This guy was speaking the truth. As captives, the fact that these Ming Dynasty pirates managed to survive their journey from the east to the Caribbean shows how meticulously the captain took care of them. Anyone else would have perished at sea long ago. These pirates were actually quite useful to Zhao Hongyu. They were all from the southeastern waters of Daming, so they were likely well informed about the situation there. It was a good idea. Furthermore, even though they were pirates, they still had Chinese blood flowing through their veins. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu, a fellow Chinese, should rescue them. With these people, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be completely blinded once he reached the east. Furthermore, their presence would allow him to connect with a pirate leader, Li Xiang. As a pirate leader, Li Xiang must have numerous connections within the Ming dynasty. If he could collaborate with Li Xiang, perhaps purchasing Ming dynasty refugees would be easier. Of course, collaborating with Li Xiang would inevitably antagonize another faction. That was the rising Zhang Zilin. Zhao Hongyu didn't take Zhang Zilin seriously. Although a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, he was not afraid of Zhang Zilin. He had more than 70 warships, and not everyone could bully him easily. Besides, he was not stationed in the Ming dynasty, so there would not be much conflict of interest with Zhang Zilin. Unless Zhang Zilin himself was tired of living and came to provoke him, then Zhao Hongyu would not mind solving the problem of Zhang Zilin. At that moment, Zhao Hongyu would definitely rescue those pirates from the Ming dynasty. As for giving money, Zhao Hongyu had not thought about it. There was no Dutch power in the Caribbean anymore. The captain of the Tulip was obviously not aware of this. He could afford to give 20 gold coins, but Zhao Hongyu was unwilling to give it. With a wink, Wang Shan walked in front of Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu whispered something in Wang Shan's ear, "Get those Ming dynasty pirates out and take care of the Dutch. There's no need to keep this warship, let them perish here." Wang Shan nodded repeatedly, a sinister smile spreading across his face. When he straightened up and turned around, the gloomy expression had completely vanished, replaced by a warm expression like a spring breeze. "Okay. Just 20 gold coins, we'll take them. How many prisoners do you have?" Wang Shan approached with a grin, standing before the Tulip's captain and asking. He clasped his hands behind his back in a subtle gesture. However, the genetically engineered captains behind him dispersed, understanding. The captain's smile was a brilliant one, knowing that the prisoners he had brought so hard from so far could finally be sold. 157, Wang Shan nodded. "Bring them all up, we'll hand them over here." The captain naturally had no objection to the handover. Under his leadership, the pirates, supporting each other, finally reached the deck. Each of them was half-dressed, reeking of stench, and their steps were unsteady. Their faces were sallow, clearly a sign of a negative impact. Liu Dabi, who was on the pole, was also lowered. Although he was unconscious and close to death, Wang Shan had no intention of leaving him alone. Whether he lived or died depended on Liu Dabi's own fate. When Master Wang and the others were brought aboard, they were already a bit unaccustomed to the daylight after being in the darkness for so long. Who were these people? Despite their strange attire, they had black hair and dark eyes. Master Wang was the first to see the situation clearly, and immediately, a wave of doubt swelled up in his heart. From the surroundings, it was clear that these red-haired devils were at a disadvantage. The red-haired devils on this ship were cornered by genetically engineered soldiers armed with muskets and bayonets. Oh my god! What kind of ship is this? After surveying the surroundings, Old Master Wang finally spotted the Sea King. Its massive hull was densely packed with cannon muzzles. He had initially thought the red-haired devils' warships were impressive, but he hadn't expected there were even more formidable vessels. The Ming Dynasty pirates' warships were only equipped with 7 or 8 cannons, which was already impressive. Usually, pirate ships only had 1 or 2 cannons. After all, cannons were easy to come by. The Portuguese and Dutch were not known to readily sell cannons. Therefore, despite possessing numerous large, medium, and small ships, the pirates in the southeastern waters of the Ming Dynasty possessed relatively few cannons. Most naval engagements were limited to close combat and boarding. Warships like those of the Song Empire, armed with a vast array of artillery, looked like behemoths to Old Master Wang. No, not behemoths, but monsters. "Old Master, please follow me. Our master has already purchased you all." Just as Old Master Wang was stunned, a voice in the Chinese language, somewhat strange and peculiar to him, echoed from the front. Yes, Wang Shan was speaking Mandarin, but this Mandarin was a language of the later ages. While this era also spoke Chinese, it differed significantly from Mandarin. It was for this reason that it sounded strange and awkward to Master Wang. But regardless of the strangeness or awkwardness, Master Wang and his companions could understand it. Upon hearing that they had been sold by the red-haired devil, the faces of these mortals twisted slightly. While there was a mix of unease and fear, the greater part was anger. The people of the great celestial empire were being trafficked by some foreign invaders. This was utter disgrace. Even though they were pirates, in their hearts they considered themselves citizens of the celestial empire. "Old man, be quiet. If you want to live, come with me." Seeing the pirates in front of him remain silent and didn't move, Wang Shan continued to speak to them. "Master Wang, where exactly are these people from? I can't tell what they're up to. We're considered seasoned veterans of the southeastern coast, but how can we not discern their origins?" Someone around Master Wang whispered. "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" "We are the fleet of the Song Empire in America. It was my prince who bought you, but we're only offering you a hand because we share Chinese blood. Please don't be ungrateful." Seeing their concerns, Wang Shan gave them a sliver of information. Master Wang was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 499. These people should be useful. In the end, Master Wang and his companions followed Wang Shan aboard the Sea King. Aboard the Tulip, after Master Wang and his companions had departed, the slaughter began. Standing on the deck of the Sea King, Master Wang and his companions looked back at the one-sided carnage, their faces lit up with waves of satisfaction. The slaughter was swift. In less than 10 minutes, the Dutch aboard the Tulip were completely slaughtered. Muskets and bayonets easily dispatched the Dutch, who were happily engaged in a trade. In a burst of fire and loud explosions, the Tulip sank to the bottom of the sea. No one knew where the Tulip had gone. History wouldn't record such a trivial event. In the 17th century maritime trade, countless ships perished at sea each year. Master Wang and his companions, watching the Tulip sink to the bottom of the sea, and then looking at the Jin guards, whose expressions remained unmoved even by the sight of murder, were deeply moved. Of the 157 pirates, except for Liu Daba and Master Wang, all the others were assigned to other ships. Zhao Hongai couldn't possibly have them all together. Liu Daba was the leader of these people, as Wang Shan learned after some questioning. Master Wang, his advisor, also stayed with Liu Daba. The Sea King left Master Wang deeply impressed. It was like moving land on the sea. The Sea King sailed with remarkable stability, just like on land. And its vast deck area. Everything left Master Wang in awe. Liu Daba, still unconscious, was taken ashore early for treatment. Old Master Wang was also taken ashore by the geneticists to wash, change clothes, and rest. After all, they had been held captive for so long, and lack of nutrition had left them somewhat emaciated. Zhao Hongai didn't want to have any contact with them at this time. "Your Highness, now that these pirates have been rescued, what are your plans?" After Liu Daba and Old Master Wang had been taken ashore, Wang Shan approached Zhao Hongai and asked. Wang Shan needed to understand clearly what His Highness had planned. By then, the fleet had set sail again. Emma, Sarah, and Anais had returned to the captain's cabin. Emma, with her rapt interest, watched the massacre, while Sarah and Anais' faces were utterly pale. It was clear that Sarah and Anais were still finding it difficult to accept. Emma, on the other hand, had a negative impression of white people. Furthermore, having grown up in an Indian tribe where fighting among themselves was commonplace, she was accustomed to the situation. Therefore, she was more forgiving than Sarah and Anais. For Emma, watching the Dutch being slaughtered was like watching cartoons for children in later generations. The sea breeze blew in, the heat of the Caribbean Sea scorching. Of course, since we're heading east, these pirates are certainly useful. It's just that we never expected to encounter people from the Ming Dynasty here. Zhao Hongai made no secret of his intentions. "Oh, so your Highness is planning a trip eastward?" "I understand now," Wang Shan said, nodding slightly. "Indeed. These pirates are familiar with the situation in the Ming Dynasty and are also very familiar with the situation in the southeastern waters. With them as guides, we won't be completely in the dark, right?" Zhao Hongai smiled and continued, "In fact, there's more to it than that. With them, we can expand more easily. Didn't you hear what that unfortunate Dutch captain said? These pirates are Li Xiong's subordinates, and Li Xiong is really fighting Zhang Zilin. This shows that the waters of the Ming Dynasty are not peaceful." Wang Shan tilted his head to look at Zhao Hongai. He was a little confused about what the unrest in the southeastern waters of the Ming Dynasty had to do with him. Li Xiong and Zhang Zilin's life and death battle seemed to have nothing to do with him. Seeing Wang Shan's puzzled expression, Zhao Hongai explained, "It's precisely because the Ming Dynasty is in turmoil that we need these pirates. Think about it, these people are Li Xiong's subordinates. Once we reach the east, can we use them to establish a relationship with Li Xiong?" Wang Shan pondered this for a moment, and it seemed as if he could understand His Highness's intention. Zhao Hongai continued, "Whether it's Li Xiong or Zhang Zilin, they were able to roam the southeastern waters of the Ming Dynasty. I believe they have some connections with officials along the coast. They might even have business dealings with the families of those powerful officials. This would be a huge advantage for us. After all, if we want to establish some connections in the Ming Dynasty, money alone won't be enough. With someone like Li Xiong as a go-between, things will become much easier. At this point, Wang Shan finally understood His Highness's intention. Indeed, the fact that Li Xiong and Zhang Ziling had been able to dominate the southeastern coast for so many years couldn't be unconnected to those officials. While Ming Dynasty officials of this era prevented the emperor from engaging in maritime trade, they themselves were happily profiting behind the scenes. As the overlords of the seas, Li Xiong and Zhang Ziling absolutely needed cooperation. If you want to do business at sea, you can't avoid these two. Your Highness, didn't Zhang Ziling defect to the imperial court at this time? Wang Shan suddenly thought of this question. Zhao Hongyu knew the general outlines of this period of history. He couldn't possibly know the details. After all, he wasn't a humanoid computer. And the time-space trader couldn't buy history books. Furthermore, his arrival had altered history, so it was hard for him to say. Therefore, after hearing Wang Shan's question, Zhao Hongyu fell silent and thought, "It's hard to say, but I suspect he defected to the imperial court. Otherwise, Zhang Ziling wouldn't have dared challenge Li Xiong. If I remember correctly, Li Xiong was still the dominant force on the southeastern coast at that time, while Zhang Ziling was just emerging. If he hadn't defected to the imperial court, he would never have dared to mess with Li Xiong," Zhao Hongyu stated his assessment. However, his judgment was somewhat wrong. This wasn't surprising, considering Zhao Hongyu's knowledge of history wasn't very clear. Historically, Zhang Ziling did defect to the imperial court, but that was more than a decade later, not now. By then, Zhang Ziling had already eliminated Li Xiong's dominance at sea. He was the undisputed lord of the southeastern coast. It was under these circumstances that he was recruited by the imperial court and appointed general. The imperial court's generosity in bestowing the title of general was based on Zhang Ziling's naval power. Of course, there were also some unknown details. Zhang Ziling had thoroughly bullied the powerful officials of the imperial court. Without adequate conditions, these powerful merchant ships would be unable to trade. This fact is not recorded by either the emperor or the historical records. After all, history is recorded by literati, isn't it? In 1622, Zhang Ziling had no intention of surrendering, and he was competing with Li Xiong for the position of maritime supremacy. Originally, Zhang Ziling was a small island leader under Li Xiong's command. However, he harbored personal ambitions, and after gaining a certain level of power, he betrayed Li Xiong and recruited a large number of troops to oppose her. He even placed Li Xiong in the commodity market around Macau, which earned him a large sum of valuable funds. At the same time, it caused Li Xiong to suffer significant losses. Because of Zhang Ziling's rebellion, Li Xiong's power was greatly reduced. Zhang Zilin, taking advantage of the geographical advantage, blocked Li Xiong's trade with the South China Sea countries, Annan, Siam, Portugal, and Spain. Li Xiong was completely cut off from these forces. Now, the only places Li Xiong could trade with were Japan and Korea. As one side gained strength, the other lost. On the contrary, Zhang Ziling's power surged, thanks to his monopoly of Annan, Siam, the South China Sea nations, trade rights with the Dutch and Portuguese, and access to sea routes. It was precisely because of this situation that Li Xiong had initiated a fierce conflict with Zhang Ziling 6 months ago. He had no choice but to do so. If he didn't, his subordinates would revolt, significantly impacting his rule. Furthermore, South China Sea trade and sea routes were crucial. He had no choice but to act. Rather than sit back and wait for death, it was better to fight. Li Xiong understood this. If he didn't, within a few years he wouldn't have the funds to maintain his position. Pirates live on the edge of a knife, driven by money. If Li Xiong couldn't bring them wealth, the consequences were obvious. Even though he still controlled trade rights and shipping routes with Japan and Korea, he was still at a disadvantage compared to Zhang Ziling. Furthermore, the cunning Dutch and Portuguese also aided Zhang Ziling, putting Li Xiong under immense pressure. Their assistance was simply aimed at gaining access to trade with Japan. Because of Li Xiong's presence, the Dutch and Portuguese were unable to trade with Japan. They could only watch as vast sums of Japanese silver flowed into other people's pockets, a fact that filled them with envy. Wasn't it silver that these people had come to the East for? Therefore, they struck a deal with Zhang Ziling to help him defeat Li Xiong, and once he gained control of Japan's trade, they would share some of the proceeds. Zhang Ziling readily agreed. However, whether this agreement would ultimately be fulfilled was a matter of fate. Zhao Hongyu and his companions, who were constantly monitoring the situation in Europe from America, certainly had no idea of these matters. Therefore, it's no surprise that Zhao Hongaiu's judgment was skewed. While Zhao Hongaiu and Wang Shan were chatting on the deck, Master Wang, led by a genetic soldier, arrived at his assigned cabin. This is a double room with all the necessary facilities. It has the style of a modern ship's cabin and is very comfortable to live in. One bed is empty, while on the other bed lies Liu Daba, who has been given medicine. Chapter 500 We are descendants of the Song dynasty. Since aboard the Sea King, Master Wang and Liu Dabi have had virtually no restrictions on their movements. Liu Dabi was fortunate. After treatment, his life was finally out of danger. Old Master Wang, on the other hand, toured the Sea King extensively. With the exception of the captain's quarters, he explored almost every area he could visit. Old Master Wang was deeply curious about the people who had saved him. They had consistently claimed to be descendants of the Song dynasty, a fact that amazed him. Unfortunately, no matter how he asked, the genetic soldiers refused to answer certain questions. Old Master Wang's request to see the nobleman was also denied. This was because Zhao Hongaiu simply wanted to observe Master Wang and expose them. Old Master Wang had no way of knowing such things. Since the nobleman refused to see him, he couldn't force his way. He considered the other party's kindness to him the best it could be. What else could Master Wang ask for? Besides, Master Wang had never forgotten the scene of the Dutch massacre a few days ago. These guys who claimed to be descendants of the Song dynasty killed people without blinking an eye, which showed that they were not easy to deal with. If they angered them, he and Liu Daba would not have a good ending. Their lives were now in their hands. After realizing this, Master Wang stopped asking questions. Every day, besides accompanying Liu Daba, he would go to the deck to get some fresh air. Zhao Hongaiu and his team arranged a good meal for Master Wang and Liu Daba. 3 meals a day, 4 dishes, a soup, and meat. Even Master Wang, a pirate, could not eat such food every day. Especially on the sea. It was even more difficult. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a large bowl of seafood soup. Old Master Wang couldn't understand why these people were so kind to him. Liu Dabi's health had gradually recovered from the prolonged torture, but it was still not as good as before. This would take time. Every day, a female geneticist doctor would come and inject Liu Dabi with saline solution to replenish the water and nutrients lost in his body. The thought of an iron nail piercing his body, connected to a transparent tube of unknown material, injecting liquid into his body, intrigued Liu Dabi. Especially the geneticist girl. Every time she approached, the restless Liu Dabi would blush and squirm. Old Master Wang would always tease her. But at the same time, he was also extremely curious about it. That day, the female geneticist doctor named Chen Jiaying returned to Liu Dabi and Master Wang's living quarters to administer saline and nutrient injections to Liu Dabi. After a period of recovery, Liu Dabi was no longer the half-dead man he'd been aboard the Sea King. "Miss, what are you doing with Liu Dabi every day? I've never been able to figure it out." Finally, driven by curiosity, Master Wang couldn't resist asking the question she'd been nagging. Liu Dabi, Chen Jiaying was stunned at first, then realized the old man was probably referring to the dark-skinned patient she treated daily. Liu Dabi's face flushed, his heart pounding. From time to time, he would steal a glance at Chen Jiaying. Honestly, Liu Dabi wasn't a pirate, and he was incredibly fierce. However, most pirates were men, and they didn't come into contact with many women. While he'd occasionally go to Japan to get some women to relieve himself, Liu Dabi had never been involved. In other words, Liu Dabi had never been so close to a woman. These past few days, his constant contact with Chen Jiaying had unknowingly given him a slightly special feeling. However, being somewhat insensitive, Liu Dabi had no idea what it meant. Regardless, every time Chen Jiaying came to give him an injection, Liu Dabi's heartbeat would accelerate, and he actually looked forward to this moment every day. Just now, Old Master Wang had called out his nickname. Liu Dabi glanced at Chen Jiaying and mentally resented Old Master Wang for using such a lowly nickname. "My real name is Liu Daniu. Thank you for your care these days. I, Liu Daniu, am deeply grateful. That I'll never forget even if I have no teeth." Puff. The previous part was sound, but the last part suddenly went off the rails. Chen Jiaying couldn't help but laugh. "So pretty." Liu Dabi chuckled at Chen Jiaying. "Oh, your name is Wang Daniu. What a simple, honest name." Chen Jiang took out the syringe, disinfected it, and deftly found the vein before stabbing it. She then hung the saline solution on a hook nearby. "Old man, this is called an injection. This is saline solution, specifically to replenish the fluids this man has lost over the past few days. I also need to give him daily injections of nutrient solution," Chen Jiang, beaming, softly explained to Old Master Wang. However, Old Master Wang didn't understand any of this. What was an injection? What was saline solution? How could the body lose water? What was nutrient solution? All of this intensified his curiosity. After explaining, Chen Jiang turned to Liu Dabi, also known as Liu Daniu, and said, "Actually, it's wrong for you to thank me. It was Our Highness who saved you. If you really want to thank him, you should thank him." Chen Jiang was correcting something. Highness? Old Master Wang had been pondering this question. Ever since he boarded the Sea King, he'd heard the term Highness from many people. He'd simply assumed it was a different title from the Ming Dynasty and hadn't given it much thought. But now, after Chen Jiang's words, Old Master Wang was forced to think about something. "Who is your Highness?" Liu Dabi's interest piqued. He had always been very curious about the people who had saved them. Chen Jiang unceremoniously brought a stool and sat down. She still had to watch over Liu Dabi's IV, so she didn't mind chatting with them to pass the time. Besides, the questions they asked weren't anything to keep secret, so there was no harm in sharing them. "This fleet belongs to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Song Empire. According to Ming Dynasty parlance, it's the Crown Prince's fleet. The one who saved you was our Crown Prince." Oh my goodness. The Crown Prince of a nation. Old Master Wang and Liu Dabi were both shocked. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for saving my life. I've been wanting to thank you for this for days, but I haven't been able to see the Crown Prince yet." Old Master Wang, somewhat bewildered, bowed to Chen Jiang. Chen Jiang quickly said, "Uncle, you don't have to treat me like this. I'm just a doctor attached to the army. It's my duty to treat patients and save lives. You don't have to be so polite to me." Seeing Old Master Wang even trying to stand and salute her, Chen Jiang couldn't help but stop him. These Song Empire's genetic people were not accustomed to some of the Ming Dynasty's etiquette. In the cities of the Song Empire in America, the most common practice was a simple bow, along with European etiquette. Kneeling wasn't even an option. Of course, those European 8-banner slaves were completely obedient and kowtowed. "So, you're a female doctor, aren't you?" Liu Dabi said naively. At Chen Jiang's request, Old Master Wang sat down. However, his expression was still filled with shock. "I see this fleet is incredibly powerful. The sheer number of warships and artillery is astonishing. It demonstrates the power of the Song Empire," Old Master Wang said tentatively. Chen Jiang smiled. "It's just a small portion of the Empire's warships, it's nothing." Chen Jiang was being modest. But Old Master Wang and Liu Dabi didn't see it that way. You have to understand how powerful these warships really were. The sheer number of their artillery was enough to tell the difference. In that era, whether in the east or the west, victory or defeat in naval battles was largely determined by the sheer number of artillery pieces. Of course, in the east, the number of warships might also matter. The British, with their few warships, defeated the Spanish, who had more, thanks largely to good luck. A typhoon at the time gave the British victory. Otherwise, who knows how much worse the war would have been. Therefore, examples of defeating a larger force with a smaller force are often not a valid reference. As someone who has lived on the sea for decades, how could Master Wang not understand this? "I've been strolling around the ship these past few days. Thank you for your trust. I'm truly touched." Master Wang raised his hand and bowed again. Chen Jiang had no choice but to return the greeting, but as a girl, and having only just learned Master Wang's etiquette, her mannerisms were a bit off-kilter. She also forgot that this kind of etiquette is usually reserved for men. Master Wang didn't blame her for this, though. After all, they had been saved by him. Although Chen Jiang claimed it was the prince who saved them, the problem was that she wasn't the one treating Liu Da's scar these days. Old Master Wang continued, "So, I've been hearing you all say these days that you're descendants of the Song dynasty, hundreds of years ago. Is that true?" Old Master Wang was incredibly curious about this question. It was truly shocking. Hadn't everyone heard about the Song dynasty royal family jumping into the sea at Yashan? How could a vast empire founded by descendants of the Song dynasty suddenly appear here? Old Master Wang's wanderings weren't in vain. He'd gathered bits and pieces of information from other geneticists. He'd learned about America, the Song Empire, and how powerful it was. Chen Jiang smiled and replied, "Yes, we are indeed descendants of the Han Chinese from the Song dynasty. Many people died by jumping into the sea at Yashan, but many ministers and subjects also escaped on ships, bringing a young emperor with them." Then, Chen Jiang slowly recounted the history of the Song Empire to Master Wang. When Chen Jiang finished, Master Wang sighed deeply and said, "Heaven has truly spared the Yan Han people, allowing the Zhao dynasty to continue in America." However, after mumbling to himself for a moment, Master Wang quickly apologized. "I apologize for my disrespectful words." Yes, he had just mentioned the Zhao dynasty, which was quite disrespectful. As he came to his senses, a cold sweat broke out on his body. "You are correct. The rulers of our empire are indeed descendants of the Zhao family. And don't be so nervous. Since we left our ancestral lands and arrived in this barbaric land, we have lost many of our ancestral customs. Therefore, no one will blame you." Chen Jiang's words explained some of their behavior, which old Master Wang had considered strange. Yes, they had left their ancestral lands and come to America to rebuild the Zhao Empire. Although the Song dynasty survived, many Chinese traditions were lost in the process. This explanation made sense. Old Master Wang, after observing them for several days, could see that the behavior of those who called themselves the Song Empire was indeed incompatible with the Ming dynasty. "Sister, you said earlier that you were a military doctor. Could it be that women were even allowed in the Song dynasty?" Liu Daba, also known as Liu Daniu, who had been listening to Chen Jiang and Master Wang's conversation, interrupted. Chen Jiang nodded. "Yes," the old emperor said, "women hold up half the sky, and no woman is inferior to a man." He strongly encouraged us women to study and enter all walks of life. Old Master Wang's expression strained at Chen Jiang's statement, his beard twitching in a way that clearly showed his disapproval. However, he couldn't afford to offend Chen Jiang, as he had to bow under someone else's roof. "So, I learned medicine and joined the army as a doctor. I get a monthly salary of 36 dragon silver dollars, Chen Jiang boasted. "Oh, salary's military pay. According to Ming dynasty calculations, 36 dragon silver dollars equals 36 taels of silver. After all, this is the Crown Prince's Imperial Guard, so a higher pay is normal." Hiss. This pay was quite high. As Ming dynasty pirates, they had long dealt with the Imperial Army. Therefore, both Liu Daba and Master Wang knew the exact amount of Ming dynasty military pay. After hearing what Chen Jiang said, they immediately gasped. This military salary is really too high. What's more, the other party is a woman. This Song Empire is really strange. Women can also join the army. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.